I make a motion, we accept the agenda with the 2 add-ons, Wood Island and CRs.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And
There we go.
so we'll start with the RDAs.
At least one of them.
Yeah, and the Historical Society, are we still continuing that? I hadn't had a chance to talk to Dave Ball.
Yes,
Yeah.
we saw Dave Ball, and Dave doesn't know what to do, so yes, just continue, he says.
Should we continue it for a month?
Yeah, at least a month.
Yeah, they're
I'll
gonna
make a
need time
motion
to-
that we continue.
Heard of 2017.
Historical Society, 16 Country Way to
Boy Scout project.
April
Realistic.
20th.
Do we have to give it time? No?
No, it's an RDA.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, so on March 16th, 2016, during the 6:15 meeting at the Town Hall, the Scituate Conservation Commission will act on the request of the North Scituate Beach Improvement Association for a determination of applicability of the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and the Scituate Wetlands Bylaw to repair and plant 2 areas along Glades Road, one near Bailey's Causeway, approximately 16 by 150 feet, and the other at the end of Gannett Road, approximately 13 feet by 100 feet. In Scituate. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend. Good evening.
Hello, how are you?
You need to give us your name and rank for the record.
Leslie Dinell, North Scituate Beach Association.
We got one.
I'm here to represent our board and our membership. The project, though, is kind of being steered by me, Leslie Brigham, and Gene McCarthy would be doing the work. But it's these 2 areas on Glades Road. I think Frank has a photo, but
Yeah.
basically this.
No, you don't? Okay.
We met
Yes,
with,
yeah.
Yeah, a couple of years ago they did.
In the back.
In a couple of different areas.
Yes.
Nancy Durfee, Patrick.
No, here.
We met with
That's all
Kevin
right. I
last
can use
September.
this.
Well, they're right
You know,
here.
We knew that there was a problem there. And we met with Nancy, and then Nancy and Kevin have both been back again, and they all agree that something needs to be done here. So Leslie Brigham, pretty much, she couldn't be here tonight, but she pretty much put together the package of what she wants to put in the area, which Patrick has looked at it, and he's okay with what we've want to put in, which is basically Rosa rugosa and a grass that she found. And it's a lot, it would be a lot of plantings and a lot of fill. We would take out whatever fill is left that's here anyways, which is really all over Glades Road at the moment. But that's pretty much the plan, and Kevin Cafferty had us, come through you, and like I said, Kevin has seen it a couple of times. He's in favor of us doing it as long as you approve it.
Sure.
So that's kind of where we...
Did we have something there before?
Oh, yeah.
Was there, yeah?
Yeah.
Plantings?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
When
yeah, yeah.
did this happen like this?
This has been getting worse. I mean...
Well, the last storm, I was down there and the waves were coming up over and pulling it out, yeah,
Which
sorry.
is unusual. They're hitting here more lately.
Yeah.
The winds have changed, and
Yeah.
it's just different
Yeah.
from... I've been there a little over 20 years, and it never used to get, like, unless we had a really bad nor'easter kind of thing. Now it kind of gets that way a little more often. So our idea is put a lot of plants in. Kevin wants to put that matting down, then clip all the plants in. And if we do it early enough, hopefully
They'll have
they'll
roots.
stay and they'll be able to get rooted, and we just have to make sure they get watered. So we
Lot of
thought it
work.
would be better to do now.
Right. Yeah, that's a lot of work though, still.
It's a lot of work, and it's not, we're still trying to raise money for it, it's, all that, so.
Sure.
We're looking into areas, but that's basically, that's the gist of it, what
Okay.
we want to do. I just had one question. If for some reason we didn't do it, or couldn't do it this year, financially wise, if we get approved tonight, does this mean we could do it?
How long is an RDA good for?
Yeah, we can extend them.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I'm only asking because I spoke with the CPC, and they couldn't get it on for the April voting, but she said if we wanted to, she liked the project, just she couldn't do the funding.
You're doing better
now,
than
but
we
maybe
are.
in the fall. So, but I know Leslie doesn't want to plant in the fall.
Right.
So I didn't know how long it would last.
Yeah, we
He
can-
gave approval
Yeah,
That wouldn't be a
We'd have
problem.
to come back again.
sure. Maybe,
You know,
depending on what you choose to do, you could get it stabilized a little bit and then do a bigger project when you have the funding or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a lot of projects that are ongoing maintenance, too. We could extend them indefinitely if, each year some plans get wiped out, you come back and put them in.
Yeah, to avoid having to do another filing right away. And unfortunately, you might have some maintenance, even if you get it planted, depending on the severity of the next winter.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll probably have some. But the way it is right now, it's for one, I mean, you can't really tell from the photo, but there's a big gap. If somebody walked off of it.
Sure.
It also isn't great for the sidewalk. It's getting
No, it's
eroded,
undermined.
and
Yeah.
it's not even that old. Some of it was just re-poured like a year ago.
Sure. So just what we typically do is each member gets a chance to ask, any questions, and then anybody in the audience, and then we'd vote. So, Penny?
No, I think it's great. I'm shocked at how that eroded so quickly, it seems.
Bill?
Great idea. Thanks a lot for all your efforts there. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bill?
Yes, great.
Super, thanks for your hard work.
It looks good, and Kevin had a lot of good ideas from DPW, so it wouldn't get undermined. And just as long as, were the plants are native, are there a local person recommended that type
Yeah.
of beach grass? Okay.
Leslie,
Didn't recognize the Latin name, but...
Did Nancy or Kevin have any suggestions about maybe a way to slow down some of the waves, like combination of the plantings but also stones or anything like that? Did they?
We actually wanted to do stones, but Kevin, we had some, or I should say, Leslie had the ideas.
Yeah.
She wanted to do some rocks in it, but Kevin did not want them. He figured they would end up in the front yard of the people on Glades, so he didn't want to do it.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, we've had that problem too. We've used some pretty good-sized chunks at the base of a seawall and then had them all tossed, and then it's something they have to clean out of the road. I guess, Pat, I was thinking more like, really, so if you're going to go and get some funding for this, I mean,
Yeah.
if you had stones that are in the, ton, 2-ton, larges, and I'm not telling you how to, maybe Leslie's got some,
She did want something big like that, but Kevin didn't want it. No, she had a plan, she had a drawing.
Really?
She had submitted it to him. He didn't want the big, it was big. She was going to bury it deep. And,
Yeah.
like she had a whole, do you remember?
Yeah, and further down, there are the big boulders as you go
Yeah.
toward the opening at
Yeah.
Minot, where
Right.
Penny's Beach.
Yeah.
just thinking if they were able to set them along that edge of this
Right, right.
sidewalk.
Yeah.
And then when water came over, if it broke up that action, it might, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all,
I mean, we could check with them again on that.
Check with
Yeah,
Kevin.
you could check again.
and maybe Nancy,
Nancy.
Nancy's got a lot of good suggestions
Yeah.
when
she's great.
when it comes to those sort of things and plantings and what could stabilize it. And then just wondering if maybe, Mother Nature's so hard to protect from, but I wonder if there's any sort of matting, like for the first season, that they could...
We are
Yeah.
doing that. We are going to do that. Kevin wanted that, so
Yeah.
we are. And then some kind of clips that you actually clip the plants in the matting.
Yeah,
So we're going to try and do,
Yeah.
the most we can do.
Yeah,
But I
it's-
wish if I could go back to Kevin and say, hey, can we do those?
well, let's,
Big
if
boulders or
you come
something.
up with some sort of thing, we can chat with them and see, and again, it's their, they've got to take care of it to some degree, and there's plenty of places where they're picking up so many times.
Okay.
But, whether they're picking up loam and Rosa rugosa plants or they're getting beach stones, it's all going to be a mess if it's a
Yeah.
shame.
Well, it's going to keep, even if you just put fill back in to make it look, so you don't have the drop,
Right.
it's going to, the way this is going now, it's going to come right back out in the road without a big storm, which that's different. That's very different for the pattern, the way.
Because the water's higher.
Don't tell me that. I'll live too
You're on the
far.
other side.
I know. but-
Anybody in the
Yeah,
audience,
we're gonna move.
anybody have any comments? Okay.
I make a motion for -3.
Second?
That's good.
All in favor?
Aye.
A positive would mean you'd have to go back to the torture chamber, so
Thank you very much.
thanks a lot. Good luck with that.
Yeah, let us know if we can help with the other rocks there. Yeah, the bigger rocks, yeah.
Thanks. That's the kind
I
of.
wonder how Kevin's made.
Yeah. unless he was thinking that they weren't gonna be big
Yeah.
enough.
Well, riprap.
Thanks.
What's that?
Determination of the free air.
Oh, okay.
Oh, did you hear that? The
What was that?
determination we just gave you is good for 3 years,
Oh, great. Thank you.
so you
Thanks.
don't have to do
Thanks.
that.
The other thing, Leslie, maybe when you get all that pulled together is talk to Pat just a little bit, and, you know, if some changes that are made or things that work up, we should just be clear.
Sure.
Okay?
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thanks.
What did you want to move to next?
This
Pat?
would be 620 Eelgrass presentation.
Okay.
Did you get any?
No, but we can
Put
face the
this on
laptop
top
if that
That's
was
fine.
Okay.
That'd be good.
Put that on top.
We didn't draw a big, Rosemary, do you want to, are you interested? You want to sit up here and just check this out?
No, I'm listening.
Okay.
Get out of your way here.
Should we dim the light a little bit?
I can see it.
I'm good.
You guys,
Lisa?
Yep, I can see it.
stay out of your way, hopefully.
Here, you
My
want to
name
look
is
at
Peter
that?
Frippen. I'm with the
Field
Mass
grass.
Bay's National Estuary Program. This is Dr. Elizabeth Novak with Boston University. And we are doing a project which was
Oh,
under
no,
the
this isn't
funding of
field
the
grass,
Hurricane
that's,
Sandy
but you can have
Resiliency
that.
Grant Fund that the national
It's this one.
federal government gave out for resiliency projects throughout the Northeast as a result of Hurricane Sandy. It's a multi-million-dollar grant that we received to do work on in the Great Marsh, which is the largest continuous salt marsh in New England. And so what we're doing is looking at various components of the salt marsh and doing some restoration. We have 3 different areas where we're focusing on. One of them is community resiliency planning, where we're working with the 5 communities in the Great Marsh, that abut the Great Marsh, on identifying their potential threatened resources, threatened as a result of storm surge and sea level rise, infrastructure threats, roadways, sewage treatment plants, that sort of thing, working with them to identify those. We're also looking at, we're assessing and modeling various components. One of the assessment aspects is with the barriers to flow, so the watersheds that feed into the Great Marsh. We're looking at where there's flood potential, where there's impacts from culverts that are blocking either fish passage, nutrients from getting down into the marsh, and that type of thing. We're also doing a large-scale hydrodynamic model of the entire marsh area, looking at sediment movement within the marsh, because there's a lot of shoaling. There's a lot of issues similar to Scituate, where Plum Island erosion and all that sort of stuff, so we're looking at that. We're also, the model is also identifying salinity movement within the marsh, because that impacts invasive species that are starting to get into the marsh as well. We're also doing several restoration projects, a dune restoration and enhancement, where we're bringing in sand to build the dunes and planting up the dunes and using, a unique palette of plants as well as fencing to help stabilize the areas that have been developed, particularly up around Newburyport and Salisbury, where there's been a lot of damage and erosion going on. We're also doing, as I mentioned, the control of invasive species that are growing out and starting to colonize the high marsh. So we're eradicating that and allowing native vegetation to get back into the marsh. So primarily Phragmites and perennial pepperweed is what we're going after there. And then finally, what we're here to talk about a little bit tonight is the eelgrass restoration, which Alyssa will speak to. And that component includes a green crab, an invasive green crab monitoring and trapping program as it impacts the eelgrass that's being restored. And the final component of the project is we have Student Conservation Association students, researchers that are working with us to help us do all of the different implementation components of this project. So it's a comprehensive, large-scale project covering a lot of the Great Marsh and trying to pull together in a comprehensive way different aspects that are troubling the marsh, where the marsh is starting to degrade, and we want to try to pull it all together to try to restore the marsh. marsh. It's actually in pretty good shape, but it's starting to degrade a little bit. So this is what the grant is for. And I don't know if you can really see that, but that's sort of graphically what I spoke about, the outline of the model area. This is the watershed that...
You can't touch the screen because it's...
Get me back there. So anyways, that's just graphically showing what I just said. Where, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Great Marsh, it's really from Cape Ann to the New Hampshire border, okay? This is New Hampshire border, this is Cape Ann down here. So those are the watersheds that feed into it, the Parker River, the Essex River, and the Ipswich River. And the marsh itself is within that orange area. And, you know, you can't see it from there, but I have the locations of where the dune restoration is happening, where the eelgrass is happening, where the invasive species are being done, the communities that are part of the planning process. So, as I said, the eelgrass is just one component, and we're doing a major eelgrass restoration in combination with all these other things to bolster the resilience of the marsh. So, Alyssa, why don't you talk about the eelgrass component?
So I don't know how familiar you are with eelgrass, but it's an annoying plant. It's hard to submerge. So the only time you'd ever see it is when you have a negative low tide in the intertidal zone. We're interested in eelgrass meadows because they have a lot of ecological and economic services that they provide. They can stabilize sediments, they trap and cycle nutrients, they improve water quality and clarity. They provide food and habitat to a number of different organisms. So you might find striped bass in them. You might find tautog. In other areas, you would find stuff like seahorses, which are endangered. So eelgrass is a good indicator of estuarine health, and the reason for that is that it's very susceptible to changes in environmental conditions. So we can consider it to be like a canary in the coal mine. So if it starts to decline, we know that a system is not healthy. And the last thing about eelgrass is that it's a significant carbon sink, and so that means it can mitigate climate change because it can pull CO2 out of the atmosphere. And so the more eelgrass you have, the better it is for a system. So I'm not going to go through this since you guys can't see this slide, but there are a number of threats to eelgrass. One of the major threats is changes in water clarity. So the less light you have for the plants, they can't photosynthesize, and so they end up dying. We do have some issues with disease. Back in the 1930s, approximately 90% of the North Atlantic population was wiped out by the wasting disease.
By what kind of disease?
The wasting disease. So it was a fungus, a pathogen that attacked the eelgrass beds, and it makes the plants black. I'm not sure if you've ever seen eelgrass, but sometimes you'll see black spots, and that's wasting disease. So if you
Where did that disease come from?
It's just always in the system. And so if you have changes in salinity, it allows a pathogen to develop, and so it'll overtake the plant and it'll kill the plants. And so in the 1930s, there was, for some reason, there was a drought. Not exactly sure why. There were the water temperatures changed and salinity increased, and so the pathogen was allowed to expand. And so when I say 90% of the North Atlantic population, that occurred in both North America as well as Europe. So there were millions of acres that disappeared during that time. Another issue we have is bioturbation, and so green crabs are a major threat to eelgrass beds. They come in and they uproot plants, and so you may have heard of some explosions in green crab populations. They're horrible for eelgrass. They wiped out
clams.
And clams, yeah. They wiped out, I think it was 100,000 acres of eelgrass 2 years ago in Maine, so they can have a major impact.
That's
Wave exposure, dredging, filling, fishing activities, boating activities, they can all have impacts, but they're pretty low when that happens. So the Great Marsh is the largest wetland-dominated estuary in New England. There are two major water bodies. There's Plum Island Sound and Essex Bay. Eelgrass used to be abundant in the system back in the 1900s. but it disappeared in the mid-1950s, and we don't really know why. We do know that we had the outbreak of the wasting disease in the 1930s, so that killed back a lot of the population. We also know that clammers, anytime, we've seen this a lot, anytime eelgrass starts to encroach on the clam flats, the clammers will come in and pull it up. So that's not great. In the 1950s, we had watershed development, so there is excess nutrients coming into the system, and that's bad for eelgrass. And then again, the green crabs. So there's an explosion in the 1940s, 1950s, and the 1960s. And during that time, green crabs are so abundant that the local clammers started coming in and sectioning off large portions of the clam flats just to protect the areas from predation. So we know they were impacting eelgrass at that time. Today, the system is ideal for restoration. The reason why eelgrass is not growing in the system or was not allowed to come into the system is because there are no poppy fields nearby. So it's semi-enclosed, so there's really no plants that could come in into the system, even though they are outside of the system. So the next thing is, the other reason why we're doing it is because we've been funded to do a restoration. So there's a lot of state and federal interest in the system, and high LTR network is up there. Are you familiar with MBL? There's a lot of scientists up there all the time.
It's a long-term ecological research site. There's like 10 of them in the country, and this is one where they've been studying a lot of aspects of the marsh for at least 15 years now. It's a National Science Foundation.
What's the name of it?
It's Plum Island Long-Term Ecological Research Site.
So it's part of Woods Hole. So Woods Hole has a field station up there.
Okay.
On MBL. So they've been studying the system forever. So we have we can always monitor environmental conditions, so we know what's going on. So to date, this is what we've done for the eelgrass restoration. In 2012, I developed a site selection model for the system, and what that does is we took all the biological, physical, and chemical parameters that affect the establishment and growth of eelgrass. So that's like bathymetry, water quality, water clarity. We used all that information. We put it into a model to help us prioritize sites. Then in 2013 and 2014, we went out and we started test transplanting at those high priority sites. You don't want to just go in and do a restoration, a large scale restoration, unless you know plants can actually establish at those sites. And then last year, in 2015, we selected one site to plant 1.5 acres at. And this was in Essex Bay. And we used the community to do this restoration. And so we partnered with New England Aquarium, SCA, which is a Student Conservation Association. It's a national group. And then we also had Salem Sound Coast Watch and
Community volunteers.
Yeah, a lot of community volunteers came out. So I think there were close to 400 people that came out to put in the 1.5 acres. When we plant, we do something called the horizontal rhizome method. So we take 5 plants, we put them in a bunch, we dig a little hole, and then we staple it down. So it's just like you're gardening. It's really simple.
And it's done pretty much monthly during the growing season. We don't do it just one shot. We'll do it at a negative tide. The monthly negative tide, we'll go out and we'll plant. We'll harvest and we'll plant at the same time.
And the idea behind that is to spread the risks. So if we were to just go in at one point and say there was a big storm 2 weeks later, it's going to rip everything up. So this accounts for all the types of stressors that could happen in the system between plantings, and so you increase your success rates. And then the last thing we did, and this is where you guys come in, is that we use multiple donor sources for this. And the reason why we do this is so that you don't impact one bed. So say I'm harvesting up in Gloucester and I need an acre. I'm not going to go in and take an acre from one bed. You want to spread your impacts over a number of different beds. We also know that the more populations you use, the more likely they are to establish themselves. And that's because you have greater genetic diversity. And so I'm not sure if you're familiar with genetic variation, but that increases resilience to stress. Because you have you might have a bunch of plants that can withstand high temperatures. And so if you suddenly have a summer with super high temperatures, you know those plants are going to survive. And then you might have other plants that have been selected for like reduced light. And so if you have excess siltation coming through, you know those plants are going to survive. So the more populations you use, the more likely you're going to get success. And so we are interested in using Scituate because the environmental conditions in Scituate are similar to what you have in Essex Bay. So when you're selecting potential harvest sites, you want to type match. And so in Scituate, you have 10 acres. Are you familiar with the maps for the eelgrass beds?
Yeah.
Home up on Mass GIS. There are approximately 10 acres. That was in 2013. I'm not sure if they've mapped them since. You may be.
No, the last one was 13.
Okay, so you may be able to update me on that. But I have gone out and I've looked at the bed, and we're looking at the spot that's right over where the lighthouse is. It's exactly at the same depth at mean low water as the area that we're planting in. There are, we calculated a little while ago, we're looking to take between 500 and 1,000 shoots. It's not a lot. We have about 250,000 per acre. Is that what we calculated?
Yeah, typically there's about a $250,000 shoots per acre. We're looking for maybe upwards of 1,000 shoots, so it's not like, and when we do harvest, it's not like we pull it all from one spot, we're moving all around so that.
We lay a transect, and so you can make sure you minimize your impact on the bed.
Yeah.
And so it's a 50-meter transect, and you move along the transect. You're only allowed to collect 5 to 10 shoots within a quarter meter, and then you move up another couple meters. And the transect's just there to make sure that you're moving along it and that you are not over-collecting in one particular spot. What else?
Well, we have blanket permission from Mass Fish and Marine Fisheries to harvest eelgrass at sites throughout Massachusetts. So they've sanctioned all this, but we just want to go to the communities and let them know what's going on.
And then ask for permissions. Scituate is we want to take less than we'd be taking, for instance, from Pleasant Bay. They had close to 300 acres of grass in Pleasant Bay, and so that site I would end up taking it out from, or that's to taking it from.
Yeah, we're really looking for genetic diversity, so we want to get many different sites. So this is going to pay for the genetic diversity and has demonstrated that when you have a lot of variation, all the plants do better. Rather than just taking it all from one.
So it's not even just a plot level increase in performance. The individual populations or the individuals do better as well. So it's not just one population that's pulling the rest of the populations or the success rates. Having one type of plant next to another plant helps whatever's going on. We're not sure what the mechanism is. But it's better to have two different than one of the same thing.
Did you have a question?
Yes, when you sit out by the lighthouse, you mean on the harbor side?
Yes.
The inside?
Yes.
Yeah, on the inside of the breakwater.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you have the breakwater, then there's like a little
You're
curve.
facing out the eelgrasses there, the breakwater's on the left, right?
No, on the right.
On the right.
I think there's two.
Depends where you're going.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, if you're coming
that's
into
true.
the harbor, the lighthouse would be on your right. So are we going to the right of the lighthouse or to the left over on the other side?
To the inside, to the left, right?
No,
Well, they're
it's on the
both-
right. It's on the right.
It would be the
Yeah,
right
the
where the houses are.
eelbass coming in
Yeah.
to the harbor, the bed is on the right.
Yes,
It
that's correct.
goes along the breakwater.
Okay, yeah,
towards the
Rebecca
beach.
Road, it goes right in there.
Yeah.
Would be
More or
where
less.
they're going. Well, I just want to know because
No, it's right on the, it's right on the breakwater, right by the lighthouse.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
it's
we
right
will
by
have
the
people
breakwater.
calling,
Well, they
saying,
didn't
hey,
call
they're
last year.
stealing it, huh?
They didn't call last year.
Well, you never know, but I just want to know. No, that's good. Okay.
Bill?
You already took
Yes, we took a couple hundred a couple of years.
500, yeah, something like that, and
Yeah.
We weren't aware of that?
No, we talked to, Sarah Grady and Rebecca Haney have been involved in this. And
Sarah was not, she said she was a conduit for it, but she didn't.
Right. No, Sarah let us know about the project, and, we went along with, helping out if we could. We thought of it as, a way to help another community.
But did it come up in front of here?
No, he
No, I
kept
don't
it
think
to
it did.
himself.
No,
I don't think it did.
I don't
Okay.
recall. It was over a year ago, but there was a letter sent, and we talked to everybody.
Yeah, we had it was like an email permission.
Right.
Email permission from whom?
From Pat.
Well, we put a lot of trust in our local person in the North-South River watershed, so we talked with Sarah about it.
Yeah.
And the amount of shoots, she was saying,
Yeah.
it shouldn't be that big a deal.
Sarah's
so.
my counterpart.
Right.
I'm the North Shore, she's the South Shore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a lot to go with. So you're good? Okay, so the 10 acres that we're theorizing was from the 2013, and it's certainly not an equal distribution from the harbor to the north. The great majority of it is over by the Adams Estate, which is off private property. So you very likely couldn't get there, or it would be a lot more difficult.
So you're saying that the 10 acres is not just the harbor, it's also...
It's spread out between, there's two places essentially. One inside by the breakwater of the harbor, and the other one is over by the Adams Estate.
Going into class.
And the outstanding
That's towards
majority is over
Cohasset
by
Harbor?
Yes.
So it's not 10 acres in Scituate Harbor?
No. No. Not in Scituate Harbor, is it? I don't know.
No.
It's this.
Here, he touched the screen.
Over towards, by,
So this was,
the other end, over.
Right, on the north side,
can
yeah.
I quickly confirm, Bill Collery, so it's difficult to tell jurisdictions when you're in the water.
Yeah.
Peter, this is,
So that to me looks like the entrance to Scituate Harbor. You don't touch it.
yes, do you have the handout because you have a picture?
Yeah, it's right there.
So it's the last slide too.
That slide by your left thumb.
So they're saying it's all in harbor, Bill.
That's
So
not my,
But that's based on Mass GIS, I mean.
that's not my understanding.
Yeah, that's a few years old and.
I think that the point is that there's 10 acres of eelgrass in Scituate altogether, and then some of it is in the harbor, and the other stuff is over by, so I don't know.
This is Lighthouse Point.
Yep.
This whole piece.
Right,
Right? And then this is First Cliff.
yep.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's an area of eelgrass.
Yeah, actually, in the 2013, it comes down this, it comes down that side, down on the inside of the, but 2013 shows it getting smaller. I mean, over the years. So, the fact that it's not equally distributed, we have less in the harbor than we do anyplace else, and that's where they take it from, that the sample that they're showing now from the 2013 map is getting smaller. And how long does it take a plant to mature?
Immediately, I mean, it breeds, so a seedling comes up in the spring and it can go reproductive by August, July, August, so it's not a long time.
Okay.
And they produce about 60 seeds at a time.
Bill, how do you know that that's shrinking the,
The way that they map it on the GIS, it shows different colors from every 5 years, and you see it getting, the purple gets bigger, and then the gray gets smaller, and then the orange gets bigger again, and then the latest one shows it smaller than the previous sample.
But it makes sense with what she said. If it's sensitive to conditions of salinity
Yeah.
and temperature and all these things, it's going to change
Yeah.
for eternity. Yeah, it's going to go up and down.
It's very dynamic. They also move too. You might find like a patch that moves like 500 feet, it just gets uprooted during a storm and it settles.
So how is that going to impact our coast and all the challenges
Well,
that we have?
my suggestion would be here, my suggestion is that we wait a year to see how our eelgrass does,
How it
see
fills in.
how healthy it is, and how, and give it, whatever was taken the last time, give that a chance to regenerate. So let's give it a season and then come back.
That
That's
sounds
my
like a good idea.
recommendation, yeah.
How does,
When, Paul, do you,
Only thing about that, my comment on that is the percentage they're talking about taking is so tiny.
Yep.
And let's say worst-case scenario, ours is in massive decline. Will you be better off to take some and move it and plant it somewhere else?
That's not in our harbor?
Yeah.
How would that help the harbor by not having it?
How are they getting eelgrass for the North Shore right now? They're going to a different source. They're coming to Scituate. If you needed eelgrass for here, where would you go? If you had healthy beds on the North Shore, that might be a good place.
So why don't we do a trade?
well, we don't,
Yeah.
no, that's the reason why.
We'll throw seeds around.
But this is, it's actually shoots that you move. You take.
Yes, it's the actual shoots.
So how big a diameter is this plug that you,
You have a picture on the thing there, it's like
Your plan is this big.
the ribbon shape.
Yep.
you know,
When
maybe,
we're all done, 500 shoots is half a cooler of what you take to the beach.
okay.
So,
I mean, are you using like a plug cut or something like
for a
that?
plug cut, you stick your hand underneath the rhizome, into the soil, underneath the rhizome, and you pull it up. You don't do a plug cut because it affects the plants around it.
I see.
And so you literally harvest it shoot by shoot.
Huh,
It's just so that you don't damage
I get it.
any other existing shoots.
Okay. Lisa? Patrick?
Yeah, I think we've been involved in studies on salt marsh, and we've done a lot of sampling. And on this one, we had the Fisheries and Wildlife have approved the project. And I think we want to base it on biology and not on, are we going to lose a big percentage of our salt marsh? It sounds like it's a very small percentage. But there were concerns that we already are losing some, and we don't want to, do any damage. So it's coming from there. But on the other hand, if we can help out another community and it's a small amount of shoots, I think we should listen to the arguments. And I know that with the salt marsh study, it's been very helpful. They did the quadrants and they found out a lot of information. This isn't a commercial harvest by somebody who's going to make money on this. This is another community that is looking to do some planting. So that's just my thought.
What is the benefit of having eelgrass in the harbor?
In our harbor?
Yes.
Well, it sounds like it's habitat for a number.
Well, I'm not sure. We don't have a real big area. This marsh
So it's probably
does.
habitat to a bunch of fish in the area.
What will happen to our harbor, I guess, maybe I want to say, if it's all gone? We don't have
We
any.
have some issues with stabilization of the sediments.
Okay, yeah.
But
there is a jetty there.
There is a jetty there.
Yeah.
But by the number of, it would be nice to see your entire harbor fill in naturally with eelgrass. But the number of shoots that we're proposing to take is not going to push you past that threshold where you have a collapse in the system.
No, I was just trying to
In the
understand it.
guidelines, you can actually look them up. It's Fonseca, 1998. Anytime you harvest, you want a bed that's over an acre to harvest in. That's considered a sustainable bed, and so that area is considered sustainable. And it might be dynamic and increasing and decreasing, but it is what's recommended by the federal government as the source.
Do we have an eelgrass bed on the south side of the harbor? I
No,
was
the
looking
only-
at that map. It's only right behind the jetty on the,
On both sides.
Both sides.
Both sides. That is the
It's
south
in front
side.
of Third.
So we do-
Oh, I thought you meant inside the harbor.
so we do have an eelgrass bed on the south side, but it's outside the jetty?
No,
No,
it's inside. Inside First
Mr.
Cliff.
Marabito might own it.
No, someone takes the seaweed from there usually, or
Awesome.
For their clam bakes?
So will you be coming back every year to harvest?
No, just be one time, that's it. So the project ends, it's gonna end next March, and then we're gonna sit and we're gonna monitor for a couple of years and make sure what we've planted can sustain itself before we start harvesting, continuing harvesting efforts.
And, Bill, you also said that there's more,
Oh, I also don't take reproductive shoots. That's another important thing. I will not take a plant that has seeds on it, because the seeds need to stay, we want them to stay.
and you can see all that when you're harvesting?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
They changed their morphology, and so you can see the seeds come right out.
So the funding is from the National Fish and Wildlife, but it's sandy?
Hurricane Sandy, yeah, it's NIFWIF, Natural Fish and Wildlife Foundation is administering, but it's Department of Interior agencies that contribute all the funding into this pot, which is $100 million for resiliency planning and operations up and down from really New Jersey north. So there's some various projects that are going on with this ilk. And the eelgrass, as I said, is one of the ones that we identified as, and we're doing it in a location where it really does add value as far as stabilizing the sediments and, cleaning the water and providing a habitat.
Question, what has been the response from other communities that are going to be working with you to supply eelgrass? You were saying Pleasant Bay, and you have a few other ones.
So on the Cape, we work with the Cape Cod National Seashore, and so they're supportive of the restoration. They guided plants for a couple of years now.
Yeah, Nahant has provided plants. We're still going around this year. Manchester has been supporting, Gloucester, Nantucket. So we're moving around the state, trying to get our diversity up.
I don't have a problem with it, I don't know.
I had the opportunity to speak to Nancy Durfee last night at a coastal meeting, and she had expressed her concerns, our coastal coordinator, and I think you might have spoken with her as well. And she had concerns, as Bill's pointed out, that this area might be shrinking some, and concerns. It doesn't sound like what you're removing is very significant. Is the area that's in the glades also compatible to the area? You're saying that this is a good number of acres that are in the
Off the Adams Estate.
off the Adams Estate?
Yeah, that's where the
Do you know about
biggest
that
bed
area?
is.
Are you-
We know there's eelgrass there, but I haven't been, I used to live in Scituate, does Bobby Thorndike still
Yes.
own that?
Yeah.
Well, his family,
Yeah, that whole.
He wishes he did,
compound
but,
or whatever.
yeah.
Yeah, right. So I could maybe potentially talk with.
Well, I
him.
guess what I'm suggesting is if we have it in the area, we have a really good working relationship
With that.
with that group.
Yeah.
I think we've had a lot of good exchanges. We've just had an issue with some excavating that probably shouldn't have happened, but they were excellent to work with, and mosquito control thing and some overwash. So I'm just wondering if we're concerned about the harbor one, but there's the opportunity to harvest it in Scituate, maybe that would be the process to do. I personally would like to support what you're doing. As Paul's point, someday the shoe could be on the other foot. And obviously, what we've learned from this, I wouldn't even mind watching when it's harvested.
Sure.
But I'm just wondering if maybe to settle some issues with this, if
It
it's...
seems like a great compromise if it could work.
How quickly do you have to harvest this to...
We would start probably in May, would be our first one.
Did be enough
Okay.
contact.
Pat, do you have the contact for, who's the fellow that was in, who's in Adams?
Charlie?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I wonder if we could put
Why don't
them in touch with this and see if that would be feasible, if they'd consider that. And we could even email them as well and just say that you guys have been in and would like them to consider that. And I have a feeling it's not going to be hard to get that. And then maybe, if already some has come out of the harbor, if you think that's a compatible thing and it would work for you, and if not, then...
Yeah, if you look at that GIS, you're going to see a significant amount of it
Change.
over where we're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
over at the other end there.
Yeah, if there's 10 acres, then there may be 7 there and 3 inside the harbor, yeah.
So it might,
So-
Bill's like, I didn't know you knew all this about eelgrass.
I'm very much into eelgrass. I'm an eelgrass guy, yeah.
So we will...
He has it in his salad every night.
We'll get a hold of that person, and should we say that the board supports us?
Yeah, and I think we can even help you at least with a contact. We've got that, and we'd certainly like you to think about that.
Sure.
If it, for some reason, it is a stumbling block, you don't need to come back to us. We can talk about it and figure out it seems like it's a treat for you to get down here to...
Oh, I do have one question, though. You said controlling invasive species, Phragmites and the perennial pepperweed. What do you use?
Glyphosate and...
Wow. Open the door for that
I want
one.
to get rid of it.
Right, that's the,
Wow.
yeah.
Do you feel
Topic
like
du
the
jour.
How does
Wind just
that have an impact?
you feel like the wind just...
It's hand sprayed or swabbed or whatever, so it's, very minimal,
It's a discussion for later this evening.
1% solution is what we use. So it's very, and what we're doing is, we're not treating the Phragmites on the upland edge. I mean, there's so much of that, you're not going to get rid of that. What we're concerned about is out in the open marsh, where the salinities have changed up because of, in particular, the Plum Island Turnpike Bridge, which has turned into sort of a semi-restriction, disallowing salinity flushing in and out. So parts of the marsh over the last 30 years have started to become, Phragmites have started to colonize it. So it's sort of in a stressed environment already, so it doesn't take a whole lot to get rid of it, but you do have to be diligent to go out there and deal with it. And we've eradicated probably, and I do say eradicated because we have probably 300, anywhere from, 100 square feet to half-acre stands of Phragmites in the open marsh. We've gotten rid of it all. But we know that if we don't change the conditions that allow it to grow there, eventually, there'll be a really wet year coupled with low, high tides, and we're getting more fresh water in there, it'll start to colonize again. So that's why this hydrodynamic model that I mentioned, we're looking at different solutions where we can, down the road, change the hydrodynamics around that bridge or somewhere else to allow more flushing of salt water in there so that the Phragmites won't come back.
But the eelgrass tends to thrive more with a more alkaline or diluted water versus...
Eelgrass likes high salinity.
They do?
Yeah. So
And high salinity wipes out, or...
Phragmites.
Phragmites.
Yeah, as well. Well, it won't wipe it out, but once you get it out of there, it won't come back if it's high.
We, Lisa, you might, I don't know if you were on the commission, but Musquashkett Pond was one where we have dealt with this. We used to have a, sort of a tidal control device, so, people
Yeah.
wanted the pond to be up all the time, but
Yeah.
in fact, it wound up becoming more polluted, and it was,
Yeah.
and by doing that, we were getting rid of some insects, not midges, but there was another, it turned into quite a process, and we had a big study done on the salt pond.
Sure.
And by getting that tidal exchange, it's helped clean up some of those areas.
Flush it out, yeah, definitely.
Maybe we'll reach out to Sarah too, just, I mean, maybe you've already chatted with her, but we're
Yeah.
seeing her.
And if there are any other questions we'd like to get answered before next time, if Bill had any conversation and wanted to,
We're not going to make a lot of hurdles, but let's see if maybe there's a way to deal with that in that area.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So
Okay. You happy
I'll be in
with
touch with you.
Yeah,
okay,
Get in touch with,
more or less.
who is it?
Charlie Ames, he's,
Sort of the leader of the pack of that.
I think he's been our contact for a couple of things. He's showed up at the meetings, and there's a small group, but I think if we got with Charlie, and you did, I think,
Okay.
you know, my feelings it could work fairly well. What was it, who's the environmental person that they wound up using, Reinhardt?
yeah, Martha Reinhardt from the Cape. She's a professional wetland scientist. She
Yeah,
does a lot of
so-
salt marsh work.
She did the restoration piece with them, so, okay.
So is Thorndike still around?
He is. Yeah, he comes and goes from Scituate. He's got a house on Gannett Road, so we see Bob periodically. If I see his car there tomorrow, I'll...
Oh, Peter Fippett's in it.
All right.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good night.
We'll be in touch.
There's a lot you didn't think on.
We got the eelgrass king over here.
Do we have, we never finished up our RDAs. Is Keolis?
They asked to be on last.
Okay. So want to move into the notice of intents? Yep. Is it C-roll?
Oh,
C-roll?
that's not good.
Let me see where I am here.
58, oh, elevate FEMA. Oceanside, I have nothing on that.
Do we have everything that we need here? Because if we don't,
We'll ask.
yeah.
On March 16th, 6:40 PM, the Town Hall Situate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Massachusetts General Laws, and Section 30700 Town of Situate Code of Bylaws, regarding the application of Doris M. Sorol to elevate an existing dwelling on property located at 58 Oceanside Drive, Scituate. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend.
Thank you. My name is Paul Maravito from Ross Engineering Company, representing the applicant and owner for the project, Doris Seawell. They own the existing dwelling at 58 Oceanside Drive, and what they're proposing, the purpose of this application is to allow them to elevate their house in accordance with the new FEMA regulations. They are filing for a FEMA grant under the program. The existing house is going to remain in the same footprint. It'll be elevated up, and the work will occur underneath the house with concrete piers. There's a set of structural plans prepared by Rivermore Engineering that were submitted with the application as well. They do have a portion of a seawall on the ocean side of the house. There's some riprap that was installed, I believe, by the town to replace the portion of the seawall that was wiped out in the storm, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. The top of the concrete piers will be 3 feet above the FEMA flood elevation for houses in a velocity zone. There's no changes in the grade, and again, the reason they're doing that is to bring the house up to code under the new regulations so that insurance premiums won't be so high. So I think with that, I'll end and answer any questions you may have.
I don't have any for this one.
What is the new elevation and that's the newly released FEMA maps?
The current elevation on the 2012 map is elevation 19. They actually dropped it a foot back in November. On November 6th, it went down to 18, and they dropped the flood zone by 1 foot from 16 to 15.
Do you know what it is now under the new release?
No, that map came out March 6th, and we
yeah.
filed this already, so I don't know what it is.
No, I mean, on there's AO mentioned and there's AE, but you have velocity zone for part of the site under the 2012, right? And then you have a AE zone?
Yeah, this is the velocity zone from here out, and from here back is the flood zone. It's elevation 16.
Yeah.
And what's the house at?
The existing house, well,
No,
the
what's
first
it
floor
gonna
is
go up?
19.7, they're gonna pick it up approximately 3 feet.
So what is the elevation being raised to of the house?
To the top of the pile, for the first floor.
To the first floor?
Floor elevation will be 22.8.
Holy Christ.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, the
22.8?
top of the pier will be 22.8, the first floor will be about 24.6. In other words, to get to the first floor, you take the top of the pile and add approximately 2 feet.
What's the grade there, Paul?
I'm sorry, the first floor will be elevation 22.8.
Okay,
That's the first floor. And the top of the pile will be
around 20.
21.1.
Okay, and
21.1.
what's the existing grade on the site?
The existing elevation, it varies from elevation 15 down by the street to about 17 up by the seawall. The seawall is at elevation 16.4. So it's a relatively flat site.
And this is poured concrete piers.
Yes. They can only work underneath the house.
So what zones is this house in on the new maps?
Pardon?
What zone is the house in the new maps?
On the new map, well, the latest map we had when we submitted this was November, and they actually dropped the flood zone a foot. And we're going with the current map of July 2012, which is the highest elevation of 19. That's the velocity zone.
But-
That's the one we're working with.
Yeah, the building department, Neil, is, they're having people meet the standards of 2012, and then letting people know that it's going to be higher, and it's up to them to decide. But you can't really work on something that you don't have yet on
Right.
a housing elevation.
Just so you know, what I've seen from the 2012 map to the 2015 map, on this property and other property in Scituate, the elevations have been lowered, and the one from 2016, they've even lowered some areas even more.
Well,
So,
I don't think that this area is going to be one of them because you can't, I mean, you could drive your boat down most of this in big storm events. I mean,
It's between 10th and 11th
Yeah.
Ave.
right down here.
Yeah.
Pat, do we need, or should we consider, if a house is at sea level or whatever it is theoretically, and then it's raised, do we have to take into consideration how that changes the water flow in accordance with what will happen to the neighbors?
I mean, we're encouraging elevations. I mean,
Yeah.
and that's...
So we
one of the
don't
things-
have to account for that?
Yeah, it's not like you're regulating stormwater from a rainstorm.
Yep.
You know, this is
Right.
ocean water coming in, someone wants to elevate.
It's actually less likely going to deflect it either left
Right,
or right.
they want it to flow more freely.
But, I mean-
Somebody on the other side of the...
Regardless, I mean, if you have the house that's a foundation on a beach, it's been hitting that foundation and the water's been going this way. Now that's out of the way, it's got to go a different way.
That's the whole
regardless.
idea, is to allow the water more unimpaired flow. That's why it's piers, and that's why they don't let you build foundations anymore.
Understood, but it's going to obviously affect the other
Oh, it
houses
is,
around
it
it.
is,
Yeah.
always,
Yes.
What's the break in the seawall there, Paul?
what's it there for?
Yeah,
I don't know, the seawall was damaged in some storm not that long ago,
and so the repair was just
Yes.
riprap?
it was just a small area repair, yeah. With
I know that
riprap.
they're talking about repairing that section. That's like on the next in line to get...
Actually, there may be some very big plans for this
Right.
area. Do we know that yet?
Well, that's what Kevin was saying, that's what Kevin was saying last
Very
night.
big plans, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they keep getting slammed.
Yeah.
Paul, what type of, is it a Bigfoot, or poured concrete? What's underneath that? Is it just a column of concrete or
There's a column with footings in this plan.
footings?
Yeah,
There's a footing
individual
there, yeah.
footings, and it's not a spread.
Individual
okay.
footings, right.
Because I know with the velocity zone, DEP is asking to put it on the wooden pilings if possible, and much of this is in the velocity zone.
Right.
But there's no place to move the house to, I guess.
And the regulation says open piers. Yeah.
I mean, if you could move it, then we
You
always
can
like
see where the
wood.
houses are next to it.
Yeah.
She can't move it.
And the garage will be gone then, because the garage right now is under the house. So that's all going to be, all that foundation, all the garage
It all
doors,
goes.
everything will all be gone.
Everything goes. It'll be up on, it'll be up on piers.
We've got the structural plan is here. Paul or Lisa?
No
Any
questions.
Anything else, Pat?
There's a lot of impervious out there. Are they going to be moving any of that concrete? They have a giant concrete patio out going toward the wall and then down on both sides. And they have a asphalt driveway too. And the whole thing is impervious.
They don't.
You're asking if they're going to reduce the impervious area?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing mentioned in here what they're going to do.
No.
There's actually no narrative either, but...
No, there aren't any
Right.
plans to decrease the impervious area.
Okay.
They've got a concrete sidewalk to this side of the house. They've got a concrete patio, which they want to keep. They're going to have an elevated deck here, a set of stairs that'll bring them down to the concrete deck that goes up to the seawall. This is a bit concrete walk that goes into concrete, and this is a cement concrete walk.
This whole elevation is staying within the same footprint, right?
Yes.
Even the deck?
It
Everything,
has to for zoning.
right, and the deck, including the deck,
Yes.
it'll all be in the same footprint, okay.
It's not really a deck, right?
I
It's a
didn't-
porch. There's porches on either side, but
Where's the,
patio,
where does the deck come in?
Where's the deck?
I don't see a deck.
It would be by the
The deck?
seawall.
I mean, I see covered porches on both sides,
Yeah, she's got a covered porch on the ocean side,
which is here,
which is there.
and then this is the street side, and that's a covered porch. So is the plan showing a deck?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the covered porch
So
on the
they're-
ocean side.
So are they adding a deck?
And she's gonna have an elevated deck here, and then the existing concrete patio is gonna stay in this area.
So the deck isn't there today, is I guess what we're getting at.
No, the concrete patio, I believe, comes all the way back to the house, to this open, to the covered porch.
Yep.
Because they have to pick the whole house up. She's an elderly lady, she only wants to step down 6 inches from the house to the elevated deck. And if someone wants to go down to the level of the ground on the concrete deck, they would come off the elevated deck and access that concrete patio by the proposed stair.
So, when they excavate this, Paul, they're gonna lift this house, they're gonna have to remove that foundation, they're also gonna lose, some of that concrete patio's gonna have to be displaced, maybe that concrete walkway's gonna have to get,
This'll probably go.
Sure it will.
And the reason I say that this'll probably go is once they start to dig.
it's all cobble, so it's, the overdig is gonna be huge.
I mean, they've got a basement in the house now, but when you pick that house up and you take the foundation wall out and a concrete slab, it'll tend to come in on you.
So what they're really gonna wanna do is re-pour those walkways. And-
Well, they would have some walkway coming down this side here, going out to the
Right.
front.
Just wonder if that could be done more like with pavers or something.
You could condition pavers.
And then, if they're gonna build the deck there, there'd be no need to pour that patio back underneath the deck.
No, the patio is gonna go from here to here, the concrete would go, and what they're gonna do is saw cut this and keep this. Because this is gonna stay down at the
Yeah.
lower elevation,
Yep.
and then they can use this one, because the elevation of this is only 6 inches lower than the first floor of the
Right.
house.
Okay.
So shouldn't that stated in the application that they're putting a deck on and removing
Understand.
concrete?
Where's the deck?
the elevated
If
deck?
it's staying in the footprint,
Pardon me?
how are they adding a
We
deck?
show the elevated
Because you're
deck
replacing
here
some
coming off of the
impervious
house.
But
concrete.
you don't, is it in the
But I-
narrative?
So
I
there's
didn't
a concrete
see.
patio here,
Yep.
and the concrete patio is being eliminated, which should be clear in the you know.
In there.
or in
Isn't
our
that the
orders.
concrete patio?
But what
but it
about the
goes-
covered porch, Frank?
But right now,
That's staying.
How does that,
This,
where's the
covered porch
pictures?
on,
All
I'm
right.
looking at the picture.
right here.
Yeah,
Covered porch is right here.
yeah.
So
So right-
This is all,
how is that staying in
This
place?
is the street side.
Yeah.
This is the ocean side. There's a covered porch here. There's a concrete patio that
Right.
goes
I
all
don't
the
have
way
the
to the
drawing in
house.
front. Let me see.
When they're done, there's gonna be a deck
Right,
that
on concrete
extends out,
slab.
and in lieu of a concrete patio, there's gonna be a
Staying.
wooden deck.
It's going to be elevated.
so we're considering the concrete pad as part of the
The ocean's over
footprint
here.
Yeah.
of the,
It's actually
This.
less,
yeah, impervious,
deck.
yeah.
the wood deck
They're going
is
to cut the concrete back.
But this is going to be
You can
elevated.
see it better in the elevation
They're going to
certificate
cut,
photo.
look,
Right.
right here.
This is
Cut
the
that
ocean
line,
side. You
right?
see the deck going right up.
Put a
But when
deck
we
here,
talk about
and
the
then just leave
footprint
this
of a
concrete.
building,
So they're gonna
we don't
replace
talk
part of
about the
concrete
patio
with
as
deck.
being in the
Okay, because
the footprint.
Technically, a deck
like
is in-
the deck isn't covering where that
you know,
concrete
we
is.
want to condition that deck as part of this,
Yes.
okay?
What you're doing is taking the patio or the
Right,
open deck,
replacing part of the
the
patio.
ground level.
Right.
Yeah.
They've got-
But when we say that building is staying inside of its footprint, we usually mean that the building is staying inside of the building footprint.
The part of the building, well, with roof, decks are different. If you don't have a roof.
But there's no structure here, and then there's going to be a
You
structure.
switch the structure, here and I just said deck, like you could build a deck right up to your property line in Hummerock, but the structure has to have a setback. If you have a roof over that deck, it has to have a setback.
Not if it's an open deck. If it's an open
That's what
deck,
you-
you can build to your property line.
That's what I just said.
We just said that.
Right.
And I
Right,
just
when
said
you
that.
put a
And if it
roof
has a
on it, it
roof
has to
over
conform to all
it,
the
now it has to
setbacks.
conform to
And
setbacks.
his plan is showing a proposed elevated deck.
Yep,
Right.
It's not saying existing, this is saying a proposed.
I understand. I asked if the,
So is that deck where this concrete is?
Yes,
Is that
some
what
of it.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
So where there's concrete here, that now there's a proposed deck going on top of the concrete, or the concrete's going
No,
away underneath
no, what
it?
happens
No,
is
building.
the concrete
The
goes
inverse
from here
is
to the
true.
house.
I mean,
What you want to do is saw cut the concrete here, 'cause this is going on piles.
Okay.
The elevated deck's going on piles, so you have to get rid of the concrete.
Okay, so all this concrete is
So
gone.
that concrete goes, and then you have the concrete
plan, see if you see
patio
a
right here.
support
So
And then this covered porch
To that is
on
if you had this
concrete,
house and you knocked it
is
down,
here?
and you said to Neil, we're going to build
This is
a new structure.
and this is
And you
being
said, we're gonna build
elevated,
a wall, same
right,
footprint,
to
you'd say, no,
19.
no, that's
So
not,
then-
it'll be an elevated.
that's not
So then
structure.
when you're getting rid of that
The one would
concrete
have to
here.
end,
Yes.
right,
the deck
Okay.
couldn't have a roof on it.
right.
It'd be part of the house.
So the
because
concrete
it's-
under the covered porch is going. There's no
When we
concrete under the
talk
proposed
about
elevated deck either.
Existing
No,
footprint.
right, he's removing,
Does that
they're
fit?
removing.
None of the structure.
But we need that
Structure is the
in the
structure.
description, so the orders can be written accordingly for it. Because we don't want to come back and find different things.
Oh, you mean,
You know, in order to drive the piles
Yeah.
to the elevated deck, they have to get rid of the concrete. They can't drive the piles to the
6 by
concrete.
6
I hear
PT
you,
posts.
but
Okay.
people do what they want to do. We just want to be clear on what's going to
I think
happen
this
here.
is the porch. I don't see a footing
Right.
plan for the deck.
Yeah,
So over here, he's got it,
Says new deck.
Yeah, but this is the house.
Yeah.
Because the covered porches are
Right.
concrete.
Yep.
they're gonna
Let me
be-
borrow this
so
to
is
show them.
The floor that's under the covered porch.
Oh, okay.
What I'm wondering is
Where is the foundation for the deck, if it's going to be elevated?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw these built. But basically, you're going to take a chunk of that out.
Right. Yep, yep,
So that's structure.
right.
That's grandfathered as structure.
We have dimensions
This'll
for
be
the
deck,
deck, but I just don't see a support for
Right.
the
Ground
deck.
level concrete
But when I
deck.
say, are we still inside the footprint?
Yeah, you have to grandfather the footprint for structure.
Right.
Don't kill the structure, so you
Yeah.
can add decks. I mean,
Yeah, I'm
some
with you.
people come to us and tell us, "We want to build decks to the
Yeah, I'm
property
with
line."
you. I'm
Let
with
them,
you.
so they can
Yeah.
walk around the house
I'm with
because
you.
it's not on the ground anymore.
Good explanation.
This is a deck post, as a detail, for supporting the deck. That might be something that we want to make sure they add.
All right.
Okay?
I'll have the structural engineer send you a plan on those. Here's,
Yeah, we should have something for the deck.
And telling that concrete's coming up.
And, yeah, make a note, Paul, that the concrete gets removed under the deck. Everybody good with that?
And the porch,
Pat?
and the porch.
What do you mean in the porch?
Concrete's being removed under the
Yeah,
porch.
that shows up in this plan, Lisa.
Oh, does it?
So it
Okay.
shows them changing from concrete under the porches to a wood frame under the porches.
Okay.
I'm gonna close this. Are we gonna close tonight or wait for the revised stuff?
Yeah, we can close, just make it part of the orders.
Can I ask a question? Is this plan being prepared for a grant application?
Yes.
yes.
If I'm not mistaken, you can't show anything on the plan that's going to be submitted to FEMA that's new. Remember the situation in Hummerock?
The deck,
Yeah, you can't show that deck because
That's
it
what I was
doesn't
saying.
exist.
Yep,
I don't know, you went through it.
that's what Lisa was saying earlier
Yeah,
today.
the only thing you can
What-
you could submit is completed, certificate of compliance, all final, nothing. The only exception they did make, I believe, is if you had to put, stairs, once it gets elevated. Other than that, everything else had to be
What we've
completed.
done
I think you
for,
can-
under the grant applications, is we come to the Conservation Commission and the DEP to show everything we want to do.
Yep.
The plans that go to FEMA show the work that they'll pay for. In other words, if there's any new work, FEMA will not pay for it.
Right.
So we don't show them on the plans.
Okay.
I thought you did that with us. I thought you showed us the stuff that you wanted us to see.
Right, because a lot of the elevations end up needing
We're
walkways.
showing you, no, the plan FEMA gives isn't going to show the new elevated deck because they won't pay for
I
it.
got it.
Right.
So the plan they have will show less work than what
They're
you're
not going to pay
permitting.
for it, so basically they're saying, don't show
But
it.
we didn't do that originally in 2013, but the last round,
That's a
they
worry.
were
Yes.
insisting we do
But
that.
they will let you build stairs and other things that are required to get to the newly elevated home.
Right.
But if you were trying to add on or do something different,
You can't.
that's a good point, Ross.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, it's one step ahead.
Nancy's been very clear about that on the plans we send to FEMA.
We got a problem there.
Say that again?
It's 3 weeks before we meet again.
And this has to be up or down within 21 days.
That's okay.
Yeah. All right, well, I think we can close.
Yeah, it's the 21st day, so we will have conditions ready to hand to you, so we're not missing the 21-day deadline.
We're always concerned.
Yeah. Okay.
As long as we get everything we need.
Yeah, I think there was just the one thing on the structural plan.
Structural,
And a note that the concrete.
And the concrete.
concrete coming out.
Well, that'll be our
Did you
condition.
condition that?
We can close this.
Yeah, that'll be
Okay.
our
Well, no, but we vote, right?
Oh, I make a motion to close.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
You don't want to close?
No. No, I don't. But that's all right.
What are the concerns, Bill?
I don't think that we have the entire plans, so why would I close it?
You do have the entire plan. What we're gonna do-
Actually, we don't.
Yeah, you do have the entire plan.
Well, we're missing a foundation plan for the deck
Right.
and a couple of
Deck piles,
details.
which he has,
But we don't have them.
no.
But, you
Okay.
yeah.
Well, your point's well made. Oh, and was there anybody else in the audience that wanted to speak to that? Okay. So we are at
So you close?
4-1.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay?
Yep.
All right. Thank you. Hummel, 91 Surfside Road, riprap repair. On March 16, 2015, at 6:50 PM, the Town Hall, the Scituate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Massachusetts General Laws and Section 30700 Town of Scituate Code of Bylaws regarding the application of Robert H. Hummel to replace and maintain dislodged riprap on property located at 91 Surfside Road, Scituate. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant owns the existing dwelling at 91 Surfside Road, which is the very last house at the end of Surfside Road. This is a large shingle beach, which I think you're all familiar with. They've owned the house for several years, and about 14 years ago, the town of Scituate had this riprap installed because of the impending failure of the seawall here. It was steel sheeting with some concrete behind it. I was out there with the Director of Public Works, the town administrator, and one of the selectmen looking at it, and that night they voted to have this riprap put in to protect this wall that seawall was ready to fail in a very short period of time. And what's happened since that, it was approximately 2002, there's some photographs that I show you that, this is from 2002, right after the riprap was installed. And what's happened since that time, due to storms, some of the riprap in this blue area here has fallen off. And the purpose of this application is to seek permission to put it back. You can see how it's fallen off from the top down about 6 or 8 feet in the corner here. And what the proposal is, and there's some other pictures showing the rock that's falling off in this area here. The proposal is to do some maintenance work. Yeah. These are in your application as well?
Oh, I've got,
Yeah, come on, will you?
I've got a terrible headache.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I am not happy.
I'm sorry, honey.
Was this house was the old house that had the rounded roofs, the
Yep.
Garraway?
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Didn't they do a gabion basket?
Yeah,
I-
yeah, he did.
Where is that? Right there. This area here? Okay.
Who's gonna do this?
What this house look like?
So are they bringing any new riprap in, or they're just gonna put what's there back in place?
The proposal in the narrative.
That's the same
proposal would
property?
be to
Yeah,
use
but somebody,
here.
like,
Yeah.
those,
They
those,
need to
they're
bring some in
underneath
to
it, they just
replace
covered
them.
them.
Some of the riprap is falling off, and it's down in the sand, it's covered. What they want to do is to leave those there. If they need to bring in extra stones to replace the ones that are buried. In other words, we don't want to go into the beach and...
Start digging it up.
We don't want to dig them up. So the plan is to use the stones that are there, reset the ones that they can reset, and put in some smaller stones, called chink stones.
Yeah,
And then if they need to bring other rocks in, they'll do that. And the way they do it is with a large track machine or crane that can sit right here. You just move the boom around and reset the stones.
so they're gonna come in at the first gate, go all the way down the beach,
Say that again?
on the beach.
No, what they'll do is, this is the end of Surfside Road.
Yeah.
They'll just come in around this, yeah.
Pat, would we have to
But
spec out
there's
the...
hobble there.
There's some cobbles in here. This is his lot line here, but the roots come down the edge of the pavement and come in here. There's pictures in there. You can see the area where you go over. You have those in your application as well.
Yeah, I just,
This is 2002, well.
If you look at the first
I
one-
just don't want them going over the cobble dune there we just
No,
rebuilt.
that dune is much higher in elevation. If you look at the 2002 one, the first one.
Oh, all right. Well, but we're in 2016, life's
What's
changed.
the-
What he's gonna do is to come in at the end of the road.
Yeah, I know, the end of the road's right here in front of the house.
Material
Yeah.
and maybe a little bit more detail.
Well, it's right
That's a bad
here.
idea.
Yep,
that
so what he'll
other-
do is to,
That might be
is
better
to come
than
around here.
the whole beach.
That stone starts in here.
You know, say, it's gotta be.
Maybe there's a better picture of it here. Keep going.
No, that's all right.
Oh, you got it in there.
Yeah, I got,
Yeah, and we usually
I
get a
just do
profile
not,
shot of the
Frank, I don't
pitch.
want them coming in over the dune we just rebuilt.
Well, that can be part of the conditions.
Yeah, I mean, they might have to come all the way down.
He doesn't need to go there, and this one here, you can see,
Well, I'm not so sure of that, Paul.
this one.
Is there a side view on the drawing of what the pitch will look like on the finish?
2002.
Yeah.
Pat, if the intention is to bring in new material, would we have to spec out that material?
Yeah, I mean, we sent an email this week. Did you get the email I sent this week about
I did,
this?
and that's what I want to talk about. What this project is a maintenance project. The person doing the work's gonna come in there with his machine.
Yeah,
He's gonna set the stones the way he needs to set them, and he doesn't know until he gets in there. I mean, we've already spoken to a contractor, and what they said they do is to come down, they would reset the stones they can, they'll put some chink stones in there, and if they need to bring in some additional stones to replace the ones that washed into the beach, then they'll do that. But it's, he said, once they get to the site, they just look at what they were presented with, and they work at it.
But we need
you
an
know,
engineered plan on
let's-
that.
let's,
I mean, yeah.
I mean, this is a maintenance project, normally you would have, if this was new, you would have cross-sections, stone sizes, how they're gonna place them and what they're gonna do, but if this is an existing condition where the stones are in place, some have fallen off in that corner, that's the primary area of work in the corner of that property.
I disagree.
And when we spoke to the contractor, they said he said he would approach that work the way I just described it. Come in and just do what he has to do to replace the stones.
If there was an original set of plans that he could be looking at when he did this, that would be fine. We have no plan of this. Could be a dump truck dumping boulders onto a pile. I mean, we see cross-sections, we see, you know, access to the beach, size of stone, and there's a lot of information we don't have here.
Paul,
We require that of...
Yeah.
Even on a repair, Paul, because you have, right now, it's just like we're gonna bring some stones in. You know, where's the toe of the slope gonna be, what's the pitch when they're done, and then if they bring stones in, you won't know the number, but they could, you know, spec out the size of the stones they're gonna use.
If you look at the photographs, you can see the area where he has to replace them, on the corner of the property. You've got right on the
Yeah.
photographs.
Right.
Yeah, right, this is where the work has to be done.
Yeah. Paul, do you know if you mentioned that you were here back when this was
2002?
2002. Was there a plan done back in 2002 for this wall?
I didn't see one, no. What they did was
Pat?
about emergency funds in.
We don't have any plan from the town of, Paul's saying that the town did this work.
I never saw any
Yeah,
plans.
it's on private property, so I mean...
Right, that's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just made that statement.
But we don't have, there's nothing in the file for this property for that time?
Because when the town puts riprap down, we do get a plan from them.
Sure.
We do get a set of plans.
Yeah, and we don't have anything for this property back from 2002?
There was
He's not
nothing
saying
in our
that's all
file,
gonna be, he's saying the limit. That's the
unless
limit.
there's a separate
That's the
town file that
most
was a
they could ever-
continuation of something
They're gonna
else,
go along and repair the
but I mean, yeah, I think, you know what we're saying, we just don't, you know, we want the stones set right, so they don't end up banged around and all over
You
the
could ask him.
6 months from now.
He said.
What
they
I'm
won't.
saying is the person that's gonna do the work is a person who's experienced, this is what they do. They're gonna set them. I can't tell you that they're gonna take stone A and put it next to stone B. He doesn't know that until he gets out there and sees it.
Yeah, but shouldn't he be looking at some kind of a plan, you know, size of the stone, you know, just somebody that's, you know, not just, oh, I got a good feel for the rocks, you know?
Well, some of the stones that were there, he can put back. And until he gets out there and starts doing the work, he doesn't know exactly how many more
Right.
he'll
Well,
need.
I don't think we've ever had anyone specify the exact number of stones, but they come in with a slope, a toe of slope, and show what the finished profile's gonna look like. And we approve it, and they can bring in stones if that's approved, but
But what I'm saying, if you look at the pictures, we don't need to go to the toe of slope necessarily. because the rocks that have fallen off are up at the top here. You can see this area in here.
Right. So, but the way you're operating, Paul, I understand what you're saying, you want to repair it, but you could bring in 1,000 boulders and set them up here and say, well, we're just going to see what we need. And we'd be pretty surprised at what it looked like when you were done.
I don't think they do that.
Well, no, they won't, because we won't let you. We won't allow it, that's right, because we're going to have a plan, right.
He doesn't need to do that.
All right, is there anybody else? Lisa, did you have any comment?
No, I think we need the additional plans. I mean, we've got a couple of these projects going on Hummerock right now as we speak, and that was what we had required.
Anybody in the audience want to speak to this? So, I think Pat's point, Paul, that we're going to need a couple of cross-sections and some specifications, roughly the size of stones, some description of what you're going to do, to be added to this plan. We understand your point, but I think we need a little bit more specific.
A plan of what it's going to look like when it's finished.
So some cross-sections. Yep. Pat, if Paul gets you that information right away, we don't have a meeting for 3 weeks, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Is it feasible, even if we were to close tonight, we wouldn't have orders for 3 weeks?
It's fine, no, I mean...
So if you can, if he got you the sufficient information that you felt comfortable with, is it feasible for us to close and give him a set of orders at the next meeting?
Yeah, I think so,
If,
yeah.
provided we get that information quickly.
Okay, right,
All right?
okay.
And not the week before.
If for some reason we can't get it to you in time, then we'll have to continue the hearing.
Yeah, well, we're going to continue the hearing
Right.
anyways.
No, I mean beyond
Yes.
the date you give me tonight. That's
Okay.
fine, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Paul, too, if they have an access route on how they're gonna get out
Yeah.
there to put them...
Yep. I think means and methods,
I'll show that, yeah.
so there should be some means and methods on the plan.
I'm very concerned about that.
Where the equipment's going to be is stored and...
Yep, well, that's what
Yeah.
means and,
Oh, okay, thank you.
all right?
Okay,
Going to make a motion that we continue Hummel, 91 Surfside Road to April 6th at 6:30.
Second. All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
okay, thank you.
What this means. Plenty more of these to come in the next couple of months. I think we had a bad winter in there. Princey, 134 Hummerock Beach, replace garage and second-story guest house.
Yes, definitely not a guest house, so it's just a storage lot. There will be no living space.
Okay.
So you're changing.
I'm sorry, you just names and stuff again.
It's Peter Brinson, the owner of the property, Brian Taylor from Stenbeck and Taylor, they're the project engineers. I didn't bring my easel, so I'm gonna just set it.
Yeah, Paul, he might charge you something.
Steel balls, he's back to back.
Nah, go ahead, put it, go ahead, put it over here.
He gets to go home and have dinner, I will.
Oh, there's one behind the door if
Yeah,
you
one
need
big-
Paul, can you use your
it.
easel?
Rosemary's got two.
Can he use your easel?
I didn't bring one, Paul. I thought they had one here.
We do.
It's right behind
Over
you.
there in the corner.
There's two easels behind you.
Actually, lower the right for it, sure.
Nobody pays.
I know I,
Give you some construction details of the
yeah, I know what Brian was worried about.
I do not.
Oh, my goodness.
This is a mess. I don't get this. I don't get this at all. At all. Yeah, well,
Brian, go ahead and put that up on the board.
The scope of the project, Peter has the house at the end of Lowell Street. If you go all the way up to the, excuse me, the end of Lowell,
yeah.
take a left on the right away. We did a lot of permitting on this previously. We have an existing garage that shows in those photographs, and it kind of gives a good perspective of the relationship of the proposed work to the existing. The photos that you see there, I don't know if you have a chance to pass them out, Frank.
I don't know where this goes.
He's done.
I know, I just want to see.
Yeah.
You can see that the house, this was Rick Massey's property that we had permitted. Let's stick with the path.
Sorry, I don't want to anger Andy.
So we've done all the permitting for the previous owner.
Thank
And
you.
what we're proposing to do, you can see that the existing garage has weathered many a storm for 80 or 100 years.
Okay.
But it's at the point now where we have to do something with it. Obviously, it's not the same adequacy of construction as the house. So what the proposal is to rebuild in the same footprint, the same dimensions. Tear down the existing. The architectural plans are here, I'll go through it. Provide a new fully compliant structure with a garage in the lower level and a storage loft in the second level. The space, the garage space will be non-habitable.
But that's more for building and zoning than us.
Yeah.
I'll explain to some of our clients who are new to all this flood stuff exactly which regulation pertains to the given project. So the one that's tabbed, the one that's tabbed, the third page, shows that we're in an A zone, an AO2. So we're permitted to have a use of enclosure restricted to parking, building access, and storage, so long as we provide flood openings at the lower level, and all the utilities and the like are above, would be elevated above the floodplain. And this is cool because it has actually all the zones, and as I say, I use a lot with customers to explain exactly what the input is in the project. Also, I've got copies of the International Residential Code, which corroborates the same that in the tab areas, corroborates the same that we're able to do this in compliance with regulation. And last but not least, a copy of the 2012 International Residential Code that again explains that you can have enclosed areas below the design flood elevation, so long as they have that restriction for use. There's a copy for each.
Thank you.
Sorry to pile paperwork on you, but sometimes it just makes it, we want to show that we aren't asking for anything unreasonable.
Thank you.
So the structure that's being proposed will be in the exact same footprint, so we don't have any issues there. We will be going to zoning board of appeals for a special permit. The plans were prepared by Campbell Smith, it's not really nice definitive set. This is the left elevation. He's looking at the property as if you're standing on Lowell Street. So this is the left elevation that shows the garage doors at the existing grade level pretty much, and shows the loft above. The next sheet shows the side elevations. We're required to have, as it shows in that, stipulates in that little cross-section on the third page of that first handout, we're required to have 1 square inch of flood opening per square inch of floor space. So the floor space is roughly 400. We're far in excess with the design, far in excess of the flood zone requirements. The house is proposed to be connected at the second level to the existing first floor of the, the garage. Is proposed the second level loft to be connected to the existing first floor level, which, as you can see here, the elevations are, the existing house is substantially elevated to 21.2 is the finished floor, top of pile 19.2. That, we're in a VE19 zone on the front part of the property. All of the activity that we're talking about here is in the AO depth 2. So this shows the relationship of the existing slab on grade, holding that elevation, the first floor to match the existing first floor in the house.
So the front of the house is in a VE19, but the back of the house is in an AO zone? Wow.
Yeah. And
That's really
this is
common
another-
down
Yeah, yeah.
And this is another, go down. The elevation's going to go down, which don't ask me why they're doing that. The AO zones, they expanded those. When we understand FEMA, we should always tell them. So this A3 sheet shows again the garage doors, shows 2 other substantially above the elevator. detail here. This is another cross-section showing the bridge that will connect the first floor residence to the second floor loft. There is no contact with the existing structure. It's intentionally designed to have no contact. The foundation is the minimum foundation that we have to be compliant with the building code, 3.5-foot core on a 12-inch footing. And then we're going to go to use sonotubes and put 6x6 posts on sonotubes or the equivalent up adjacent to the house that'll support the end of the bridge, and the bridge will be clear span.
So the sonotubes are for the bridge, but you're pouring footings for the,
And that's all happening in the AO. So then
there we go, yep.
there's another section showing another blow-up panel that were provided. So we're fire and access. We have 2 blow-up panels on the seaside, parallel with the shoreline, and then we have the garage door, which obviously serves as a blow-up panel as well, on the opposite side. And then on the Bolton side, we have another this blow-up. And this is a foundation plan showing, there's a drop on the floor for the garage door. These are the 2 blow-up panels. This is the 3rd blow-up panel, and we're fire and access the design. And then it's just all construction notes.
So are these plans that we have here, are these being withdrawn? There was, the set of plans are 12/9/15,
We
Brian?
replaced those plans.
Okay.
Yeah. What a difference between...
So this would be a structural plan for just the garage building then?
Yeah, it's just the proposed garage is the...
Don't have it.
What about this?
You missing Pat?
Well, maybe there's more than,
What's Pat missing?
Structural for the garage.
Oh, I think it's here.
That says yes, those are the old ones.
all right, so that's,
Oh, these are old, oh.
There's another...
can I have that back? I want to keep those ones.
These came from my house.
What she wants to have a
She's
garage
not
that looks like
sharing,
that.
yeah.
What's the date on those plans?
This is the guest
That's
house.
the guest house, those were withdrawn and then replaced.
These
Just make sure there's not more than one.
No, I've had these at
No, we
home,
filled those. Oh,
waiting,
those are
Okay.
individuals.
and waiting for them to come in. They kept
All right.
postponing. It's all
Okay,
guest
so do
house.
we have a plan of this structure?
No, I have this plan, but I don't have the structural drawings.
Or architectural, what's that,
That's the only, is that the only
Pat, what's that
set?
stack
We
underneath?
certainly have this.
That's another old set.
I didn't, no.
sets
just
also?
this.
Brian, just
That's
take a
yours,
look at
right, yeah.
the stacks that he's got over here.
These are December here.
So these I can throw.
Existing, and they showed
That's house.
We don't have gas.
Yeah, there's a, oh, yeah.
Look at the one underneath his sheet. Isn't there another stack?
Guest house. That's another job, yeah.
See, you have all the same stuff I have.
Bill.
Guest house.
See right here, it says, bridge does not connect the house?
Yes.
They do this all the time because the house is in the V-zone, and when you get back like 30 feet, you're not in the V-zone, so if you connect to the house, now everything has to conform. But if you can pass a piece of paper through and it's not attached, it's a separate structure.
And it can
It's in a different
go to
zone.
the AO
Right.
standards.
We were
Yes.
planning on a guest house, and that wasn't gonna work.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
And so
getting my-
we have a third floor in the existing structure that we were gonna put a guest room in, but we have no storage now because that's what we're using the third floor for. And as you can see from the pictures, it's an old decrepit garage that we really want to make a little bit more appeasing and safe. And so we went with a watered-down version that we had. We removed the plans from the January hearing without prejudice and went with a watered-down version that was compliant. But I can assure you that we're not, no living space in this new structure.
It's not really.
100% assure you.
I'll check the town clerk.
Is there another plan that shows, can you just flip that up again, I guess?
Which one are you looking for?
The section, or some more of the building plan, right.
We didn't building footprint plan.
Pat could have those in his office somewhere, we just don't have.
I haven't seen anything on the garage.
could've
I've only
built the-
seen
I think
the
sometimes when we...
guest
Could have built the
house.
No,
garage in
the
his
only
office
thing we
and
got
we
was
didn't
the
know it.
guest house.
So I didn't ask her that. I'll ask her that tonight.
right.
So those are elevation. This is the cross-section of what's being built.
Okay.
And then he has 2 pages of construction, one forward and one aft. And
Yeah.
it specifies all the construction material that will be spent over the construction sections there. Showing all the type of materials.
Do we know what
everything
this
for
design
buildings.
of
Okay.
elevation is?
All right,
And he's gonna build one of these right back here.
what's your questions, Penny?
I don't have any.
Bill?
I'm good.
Paul?
I'm good.
Lisa?
The garage, it's staying in the same footprint? 'Cause I could.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's not moving.
Up.
Pat?
Do you need structurals for the garage, or?
He has,
Are they stamped?
these, my copies are, I'll make sure we get stamped ones.
I think we'd easily, and maybe a structural engineer for the,
Yeah.
to the foundation
Yeah.
is,
Peter has them.
I do too.
I think he does them.
yeah, I would be surprised if they didn't.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I had a few other
Yep, go ahead.
questions. It looks like there's some additional parking that's going to be beyond the garage, like spots. I don't know if it's going to be 1, 2, 3.
But we just like to show that there's on-street parking. The fields, they all want to know if they can,
Is that going to be paved or gravel?
That's gravel. Yeah. We show
Okay.
the existing septic system,
Right,
just so they know.
okay. So change of impervious? All right, so that should be marked on there, that, non-paved gravel type spots
Oh, okay.
in the back, yeah.
Want to addition that to, that's cool.
Bless you.
Yeah.
Well,
You can go, we have them.
no, I can't, because I can't.
I'll take you home.
Right.
You should go get some dark.
So you're going to be
In a dark
moving the foundation for the garage?
Every trip
and
is
pouring the doors.
somewhere different. Yeah, I go everywhere we go.
Can't believe it.
Go,
And that's out of the V
go find a
zone.
dark place. and leave them there.
These ones, these ones.
Go find you a hat.
Okay. The other thing, on our plans too, we look for identification where the barrier beach and where the land's like close to some flowage and, because, yeah.
It's only on here, this is not,
Right.
this is different. This actually had that first floor up about 4 feet, but this garage is at grade.
Please, yeah.
Frank, does she have a migraine? Because she looks like she's in a lot of pain.
She's not wicked. She's not well.
Maybe she should go home.
Well, she can't now, 'cause she can't think. When she gets too fat, she can't think. If she can't see, I told her I did.
I'll give her a
So,
ride.
Yeah, I know.
footings for the,
She should be in a dark room.
yeah,
Do you want me to help you with dark room?
where is that?
All right,
I said my,
all right.
Say it again?
There'll be breakouts and these will drop down. in
thank you.
And over here, there was,
That's existing file, and there's going to be two right at the bridge, right up against the first truck
Right.
on that plan, so we just...
Does it depend on which zone it's in?
There'll be two,
Some of them, I know some
Okay.
that aren't in the V zone that are elevated, but, you know, somebody
Okay.
can pull that up too. I don't know what the, we'll have to ask Pat if he knows.
Oh. Pat, in some garages, we've had them be elevated.
yeah, I
Is that-
think, we've had sheds that were elevated.
Yeah,
And garages, there's a lot in the Hummer.
We had a garage
Yeah,
elevated?
there's quite a few,
Really?
yeah.
because this is in which, Brian, which zone is this?
It's AO2, so that little book,
Yep.
this third page shows the profile of what you're allowed to do. This is a cool little, it makes it so obvious for people to, what I'm trying to explain to. So that just kind of stipulates what you can do. So we can do it like a stair, you know, you can put a stair tower in there, an elevator, as long as it's for parking and storage.
It doesn't say anything about how many floors you can have, though.
Oh, yeah, what it says, if you have another floor above that, that's the base flood elevation compliant floor.
Mm-hmm.
That upside down there.
Oh, here.
Best eyesight in the world. Yeah, utilities elevated to or above required lowest floor elevation. So that's, showing that you can have 2-story, so you can probably have 2.5-story in most places, 30 feet. And it's for each zone. So
And you got to be a foot above grade, right? Is that it?
Right, but it's
you
still...
could, no more than 1 foot is the start of the flood
Yeah.
openings. They can't be more than a foot, obviously.
Can you answer this? What is a design flood elevation?
Sorry, would you read it? Elevation
Right here,
requirements.
design flood elevation.
Yeah, so building construction flood hazard in coastal A zone shall have the lowest floors elevated to or above the base flood elevation plus 1 foot, or to design flood elevation, whichever is higher.
Okay, because we hadn't heard of that.
Yeah, and even in this one you highlighted here, they're talking about the breakaway walls and the lowest horizontal structural members.
Yeah, we'll all be well above that. There'll be no, flood openings, is that the one reading? Flood openings
Right.
on different walls to provide a...
But they're usually below your joists.
Oh, they would be below. Yeah, this is a concrete floor, so they'll be at slab level.
Right, but
There's
then,
nothing to obstruct. So if they blew out, it would wash through and go out the side entrance.
so you're
Goes
gonna
with
build
big
it on
advantage.
slab and put the openings in your walls?
Yeah, well, the concrete wall, as it shows in one of the plans, this drops, like whenever you do a doorway drop on a concrete foundation.
Right, how tall, I guess what I'm asking, how high is the concrete wall gonna be?
I gotta look at it.
Brian, can you put, so we don't, the plan that you had,
Yep.
can you put that back up?
Look at this.
Yep.
Second is-
This is a, can we have a poured concrete foundation on a barrier beach?
Is there already one there?
Yeah, I mean, if it's an existing one and he's got the cutouts, I don't know. I think they can, but, I mean, it'd be a Neil question, too.
Right, and the cutouts aren't gonna be in the foundation.
The cutouts are, well, everything,
Well, they're above it.
They're above it.
they're in the frame above it, yeah. It's everything's built from the
Right,
slab up.
right.
So they blow through. I don't think they'll have an issue with it because it's existing.
Does this
Existing
garage
slab.
have a concrete floor?
Yeah, it's not in the best shape, but yes, it does.
Okay.
So you're saying because this is there's a pre-existing building there, and they're gonna tear it down, that they can pour a concrete foundation?
It's not a living structure, it's a garage. I could look into that. I don't
Yeah,
know.
Yeah,
but
we
the garages that we've seen in the past were on piers with a wooden deck.
Even not in the V-zone, like there's a bunch of them
Down in Humrock?
that aren't in the V-zone,
Because
yeah.
And then
my
we put a
understanding was
ramp up
all of
to them.
Humrock is a barrier beach.
Right.
And so you can't have,
I think like the condos there, the new condos, they have pavers inside, but they're at grade. Those drivers, I think they built on piles and they had pavers inside, because they had to get the structures up.
They have pavers inside, it's on piers,
Yeah,
and then the
floors like 4
walls
feet
are,
outside.
the walls are elevated, and then they just have a skirt
They just screw.
around on the inside, but the structure is elevated on piers.
Yeah, because they have a floor space, has to be, but I think it's only like 4 feet up or something.
I mean, they're low, they're not that high.
No.
But my understanding was that we're not pouring any foundations in a barrier beach location.
Really?
I think you can do it.
Yeah, I mean,
It's already there?
Well, wait a minute.
I think that's important to
The
know.
house that had the fire, we wouldn't let him do the foundation again. And he had a foundation.
Right, no, houses, it's definitely no, with more than
What,
50%. Right, you've got to make it conforming.
Do you,
And FEMA doesn't, obviously.
This is just a little strange because we don't do that many
Yeah,
Just
garages.
right, that's right, yeah, usually attached.
did just off the, not on this at all, was there a certificate of compliance done for that house, for Massey's house? We got that?
I'll pay for Massey.
I think so.
Yes, you do. But I spent a lot of nights over there.
Yeah. A couple of changes.
Yeah.
Okay. I would be curious about that detail.
Okay, and is it a different height than the existing?
Negative, we want the same height.
I mean, if that's allowed, that's fine, but,
Just pouring over what's there, right?
well, they're excavating, and then they're gonna pour basically footings with a 4-foot concrete wall.
Because this what's there is, you know.
There's probably a cement block
It's probably cement.
and a
block,
slab.
Two layers of blocks they used to do before mud slab.
Oh, so that's all coming up, and then it's gonna be
So
new?
this
They're
is
not
getting
gonna use
demolished.
what's existing? Oh, I see.
And then they're gonna build a structure
I
on
got
top
you.
of it.
Yep, I got
And
you.
my concern is that, is this type
Yep.
of foundation allowed in the
I got you,
Valley Beach?
yep.
Right. Because it's an all-new structure. Is that going to conform with the regulations?
Rather than just adding on to it, it's brand new.
Right.
Yeah, not much to add on there. We looked at, is it possible to renovate it, and Peter, the architect laughed at us.
Yeah. Well, you couldn't put another story in it, that's for sure.
Yeah, but even renovating, it's like, it's 2 foot on center.
Yep.
You know. The raft is a 2 foot on center.
I guess that's my question is that foundation compliant?
Thank you.
Look into this.
Yeah, I printed all these things, but they all talk about structures. They don't talk about,
Well, it is a structure. Space, but it's a structure.
new foundation replacement of substantial repair of existing foundation.
It's not, I think Frank said,
They're talking about lowest floor, living
Above,
space.
yeah, that's why I use this one, because this is so cool. It's very easy.
Yeah, this
Your
is,
shed is okay, but you can't do that to the house.
right. But I haven't been around for a long time. I didn't know there were any garages down there now. I'm on Island.
Oh, quite a few.
I think they're happy attached to the house, because most of the ones, I've done a bunch of them. Rex.
Right on Atlantic.
Like a 2-car attached, so it's part of the whole structure, so you have to drive the piles for the house. So you just like that.
Yeah, the one on Atlantic, part of the pilot program next to Dobie's house, is,
Oh,
On
that's
piles.
right, he's got an elevator, yeah.
yeah.
Right, and then if you go up, what's the last street on the right there? Is it Newport? You go up there, there's a guy, not in the V zone, he's got a big detached 2-story garage that's on piers, that's pretty new.
Don't these guys have an elevator?
Right here.
Well, they do it.
There's several elevators.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Do a ramp
Frank,
instead of the ramps.
Rosemary's got a question.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Are you sure this is in a garage area, is in an AO zone? And the reason I'm asking is because I've got everything in Humrock is now an AE or velocity as of 2012 maps.
2012 maps, they have depth too.
Just for that area?
Anybody in the audience?
so what are you going to do?
Continue this?
How long, Frank?
To the next meeting?
The 6th?
Yeah, we can get that information by the 6th, right? Maybe you can talk with Brian, see what you have, and you and Brian can talk, and we'll get that. In the meantime, we have some of the copies of the plan to go with that.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We'll do.
I'll make a motion to
We'll get there.
continue 134 Rock Beach Road to April 6th at 6:40.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all very much.
Thanks, Bob.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave, and all.
See you back.
Right. Right.
So hot and-
Trachtenberg, 246 Gannett Road, timber pier, and seasonal float system.
Excuse me, I'm just going to make sure that Brian knows.
Oh, sure. We've allowed docks and piers, though, in the water.
This expensive? Did very quickly, is it
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, all right, okay.
This is the, sent you guys some stuff from Docks and Piers yesterday.
Yep.
And these are like the high tests of that.
This from the DVD?
Yeah, you want me to drive you?
I'm going home. No, I can see now.
Okay.
But I gotta go.
Do you want me to do the secretary thing?
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
All right. Is there some formal procedure for her that she has to go, just to leave? Is there something you want to do? You sure you're all right to drive?
Yeah,
All right.
my eyes are...
Got a new secretary, that's scary.
Thanks, Penny.
Yeah, I'm sorry
I
that...
hope you feel better.
Oh, there's
Bill's
more.
gonna,
He can be secretary.
Yep, you betcha.
The
need
most.
to hear with anything?
What order are these in?
Huh? No, I'm okay. My eyes right there, so I can drive. But my stomach's upset now.
Here's the stapler.
This is the last minute.
Is this in backwards order? or-
Hope you feel better, Penny.
You have one of those. You have one.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Thank you very much.
It is.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Adam Brodsky, and I represent Deborah Trachtenberg, who's here, who's the owner of the project. I'm here with Jeremy Packard from CLA. And the only additional information that I asked us about was to respond to the Division of Marine Fisheries comments, which Jeremy has provided, and he can give you a quick summary. But that was the only additional information that was provided in. I put an additional detail of the plan showing the beveled edges for the decking to address the sunlight. So with that, I'll just have Jeremy go through that information if you would like it.
So the four major points of the DMF comment letter was, number one, the shading. We do maintain the one-to-one height to width ratio for the entirety of the length of the pier. The only place to be dropped below that is at the end of the deck, the 8x8 deck. We have about 5 feet of clearance below that deck. So it's just under the one-to-one, which is just a guideline. It's only 64 square feet, pretty relatively small area. And that's what really helps us achieve the project goals. Basically 2 store kayaks at the end of the salt marsh, not driving back and forth. The decking material, there just aren't any other commercially viable options. ACQ treated lumber is really the standard material used for piers, and we've already minimized the treated lumber in contact with resource areas by using green hot piles for the entire pier. For the habitat area, the pier is not in a national heritage area. There's no mass habitat in the area. And then the last one was mimic the sunlight, and that's where we had the beveled edges. We revised the plans, I provided a copy of the pad to increase the sunlight infiltration.
And I think the last issue was the height of the float. The float was not going to be lower than 2.5 feet above the subsurface, and that's because of the tidal restriction and the dam at the mouth of the river. So it never gets lower there, so this is not an instance where you're ever going to get the float on the mud flat.
Okay. Bill?
I've been thinking about this since the last meeting. It just seems like a tremendous amount of disturbance for one person to have their kayak go to the river. You know, if it was a public pier or something, it seems like, but we've done it before, right?
Certainly have conditioned piers and floats in various degrees. North River, Humrock, I'm trying to remember one on the Gulf, but, you know, we've permitted other similar projects.
And the majority of them are single user.
I guess the,
Yeah, it's just more of a feeling than
Right,
anything
right.
else, yeah.
Yes.
some of the argument has been that in lieu of people walking back and forth over the marsh all the time, that they're
This would
actually
take him
walking
out of the protected area, yep. Yeah, I'm good.
Paul?
No questions.
Lisa?
I don't have any questions.
Pat?
Well, as Adam mentioned, we did want them to respond to the fisheries and wildlife, but there's also the whole DEP piers and docks guidance document, and you have copies of sections of that. It's a fairly long document, so I pulled out sections of it, and I think the main thing that they talk about is that you have to go through 2 different types of permitting for tidal bodies of water like this. So they're going to be going to Chapter 91. But under the Wetlands Protection Act, there's a whole bunch of standards that they're asked to satisfy. And I think Jeremy went through some of them, and some of them were addressed and seem to be met. There are other ones we haven't really talked about that you only probably got this document yesterday or the day before. But the negative impacts that we're asked to protect against from the piers is the water quality from the leaching, spillage, runoff, and turbidity, water circulation and sediments, if there's scouring, erosion or sedimentation, we interrupting any of the habitats for vegetation, shellfish, growing areas or spawning habitat, and rare animal species. And it's not in a habitat area, but some of the other things they talk about is the pilings that you use shouldn't have the chemicals in it, like the decks can have them, but the pilings that you drive into the channels shouldn't have any of the, you know, the real toxic chemicals in them. So can you describe the type of piers that are going to be holding it up when you get into the marsh in them?
Yeah, sure. Just by way of introduction, I'm very familiar with the guide. I've got copies here if anyone needs them. We meet all of the standards. We address all the performance standards in our project narrative. And Jerry and I can take you through all of the standards again through the DEP guidance. I particularly highlighted certain sections. But I just want to make sure that we had addressed all of those things. We meet all of the requirements of the DEP waterways requirements for piers, which actually with respect to height requires a minimum of 5 feet above mean high water. And Jerry will explain, we meet that categorically. Interestingly, the Wetlands Protection Act doesn't have any standard with respect to height, just the general concerns regarding shading, and we've addressed those. But I'm happy to have Jeremy just go through that again.
Well, in particular, asked about the piles that are actually going to be contacted the marsh. Again, there are green heart piles, which are tropical hardwood. It grows, it's very dense, and so it doesn't need any kind of treatment. It's so dense it doesn't get any kind of microorganisms in it, nothing lives in it, and they really don't deteriorate either. They're pretty much the ideal material for the set of piles.
And expensive.
Cool.
Yeah, the chemically treated piles are a lot less expensive than green heart.
Water circulation effects are minimal. That's why you do the piers instead of having a foundation or anything like that. It doesn't change any of the ability of the land to hold floodwaters. It won't change the water quality. Again, with the untreated green hearts. And the ACQ decking washes off and dissipates after the first couple storm events. After that, all the treatment is on the inside. The outside, so there's no more leaching after, like I said, the first couple storms.
No, I mean, it's, as you know, we had a fairly complete application covering all of the particular performance standards.
And you have the spacing of an inch for the flanking?
Correct.
Yep, that's the bevel, yeah.
No, height, width, we've got that all covered in the design.
So the question that I had before, Adam, and Jeremy, was the concern about the size of these piles and the equipment needed to drive these for what we're building. You know, to Bill's point, we're building a walkway for kayaks. So we want to keep people off the marsh so that we minimize damage to the marsh. But in order to construct this with those kind of piles, you're going to have to put down mats, which I understand get picked up and then moved, so they crush the marsh, but then it theoretically rejuvenates. But I've seen so many piers built in various locations on the river. I mean, this type of construction I've seen along the South River where we're driving piles that are sitting out of the ground 15 feet or more and are subject to a lot of water action, wave action, that sort of thing. I mean, to me, I've seen piers built on the North River that are basically like H structures with 6x6s that are just about pushed into the marsh, and a walkway placed on top of them with really a minimal amount of disturbance to the marsh that they're working on. So that's my biggest concern, is that to build this thing, there's actually a fair amount of disturbance. I mean, you need a pile driver that's going to drive a 10-inch pile to resistance. That's not a small piece of equipment.
The footprint would probably be similar to what you'd be using now. It's a bigger machine, but you'd have to have those same mats, whether you're using a little Bobcat or a bigger.
Yeah, but I've seen them done it without it at all. I mean, it's just been manual. Yeah.
So, and I did actually ask Carlos about this when I got back, because Frank had asked about it tests the piles, and right away said it's storm damage mitigation.
Right.
We really we want to put it in place, we want to have it stay in place.
But I understand there's ice flow and there can be some real stresses placed on this when it's out on the marsh.
In fact, I think I mentioned this last time, I mean, I had some concerns, not only regarding the size of the structure specified, but the cost of building this. And I pushed Carlos hard to provide to the client the minimum design that would satisfy his concerns regarding structural integrity, because it's his stamp that's going to go on the plans. That's a specific requirement in Chapter 91.
Right. Well, I agree with you, but what we did as kids, we did that. We went and drove 4x4s and then put a float and drove a couple nights. The government will never let you do that now. Right.
So basically, this is the minimum design a registered professional marine engineer is willing to certify to satisfy the Chapter 91
Right.
and Army Corps standards here. I agree. If he could put something smaller in, my client would save a lot of money.
There must be a lot of fraudulent piers along the North River.
There's a lot of old ones, though, and then they maintain
There are, and the
them. They maintain
standards
them.
have
Right.
changed. And so that was I can assure you, we went back and forth because I know a little bit about these structures and recognize how much it was going to.
I used to use an engine block for boat mooring. Try that today.
So,
No, I get that.
To our concern, I have to rely upon.
The costs aren't my concern. If the owner wants to.
No, but the costs are my concern.
Right, they would love to.
And if Carlos would have agreed to a smaller pile, that would have been in the client's best interest. This is the minimum design that he's willing to certify. I mean, and you know Carlos. So,
Yeah.
Right, well,
you know
getting the Chapter 91 is,
It seems, if this becomes the new standard for driving for putting piers in on
It is.
the river or
People
the
are-
marsh, this is
Yeah.
just a tremendous amount of activity on the marsh. And you're confident that once the mats are removed, that the marsh will rejuvenate?
Yes, yeah, we use them a bunch of times. Anytime we do soil borings on a marsh, it's typical uses kind of things. And they're used because they do work.
Okay. Anybody in the audience? Pat, any other,
I mean, I think we can put the conditions in that DEP puts in fisheries. If there's one spot where you didn't have the depth on the channel, so you can't keep 4 foot off the bottom, I guess, just the flow through there, it doesn't allow that. So
Right, we provided you with those elevations.
Yep.
Right. And the bordering vegetated wetland that gets disturbed, was that going to be replicated, or is that a temporary?
It's temporary.
okay. Well, a motion? Wanna make a motion to close?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to close.
Have a
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
That was a good application. We don't get a lot of them, so we had a lot of questions.
So many papers.
I know.
Yeah, if it was a navigable water thing, it'd be a different deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Diamond Development, 290 Hadley Road, new build, continued.
Did you see the email about the transects that they sent?
No.
She said they had come.
What? Okay. Good evening.
How are you? Okay, for the record, Steve Bjorklund from Diamond Development.
And Stan Humphries, which is LEC.
We left before, we were asked to do a couple of different things, and one of them was to have a wildlife evaluation done of the site. So I had Brad Holmes go out and contact Norm Hayes, and he provided a full evaluation of what's out on the site right now and made certain recommendations as to what he felt should be done for enhancements for the wildlife. And I know that letter was put in a week ago, I think. Hopefully you've all got a copy of his particular letter. I don't know if you've had a chance to go through it or not.
I didn't get it. I'm just, do you have a copy of that here, Pat?
Yep. And if I can, I'll try and address it if I can and kind of improvise a little bit on the letter. But he basically makes 4 points in his letter for improvements that can be done to the site. And one of them is to eradicate some of the Phragmites, about a 10-foot strip from the wetland, bordering vegetated wetland line down into the wetlands and remove about 10 feet. What that's going to do is allow skunk cabbage to come up, which he's indicating that skunk cabbage is one of the first plants that blooms in the springtime, which will allow some of the wildlife that pollinates to use the skunk cabbage. And he's recommending to leave the remainder of the Phragmites as a buffer to the edge of the pond for a nesting habitat for some avian species such as red-winged blackbirds. His second comment was to place some nesting boxes in the wetlands, and he says it's a good idea to have it for wood ducks. He said, but he doesn't think that they're going to end up using it, so he would suggest that we use some smaller boxes so that we can bring in some different type of birds rather than just the ducks in the area. His third comment was regarding the swans, our infamous swans out there. It says, the encouragement of swans is detrimental to the other waterfowl species, so he's not recommending that we put the placement of any nesting platforms for the swans on this particular site, although they have been introduced. In the beginning of his letter, he says the swans were actually introduced into the pond. They're not necessarily native to the pond. His fourth comment revolved around adding some bushes, which show on the plan as well, in the area where the Phragmites would be eradicated. And he's asking to put in some high-tide bushes and groundsel bushes along the inside of the bordering vegetated wetlands. He says they'll take well in the coastal community,
and they also are later flowering shrub species. So in his letter, they're important to the declining population of monarch butterflies. So these are the type of animals and birds that he wants to try and bring into the area out there. And I'll sum it up by basically saying, based on his 40 years of experience in wetland and coastal resource area review, wildlife studies and management plans, it's his professional opinion the existing condition of the site is significantly degraded and would be improved by implementing the proposed mitigation plan to include his recommendations. If you had any questions, we can certainly get a hold of him through Brad. That was the wildlife study. While he was out there, he actually went out with Brad, and at the very beginning of his letter, he has some background also in delineating coastal banks. So while he was there, I just said, if you can take a look at it, because I know that's our other issue, is a coastal bank. And at the beginning of his letter, he says, after review of the site, it was clearly evident to me that the site does not contain landforms that would qualify as a coastal bank, as defined by DEP's coastal bank definition and delineation policy 92-1. He said it is evident that the site contains land subject to coastal storm flowage and bordering vegetated wetlands, which is what we've been saying. That pretty much covers his review of the site. I'll have Stan actually go over the review letter from Merrill Associates, and he provided a response as well to that. And we've just recently got a further response from Deb Keller, which I think in a nutshell, she basically says that we have, the plans properly reflect the engineering that Ross Engineering did out there for me, the survey work, as far as delineating slopes that were in excess of 10%. So I'll have Stan kind of take that now.
Show you the additional work that was done at Merrill's request. The transects were reoriented to be more perpendicular with the contours. And there was an additional transect added because there's a turn in the topography on the site. And then those transects are shown here, noting the areas in blue that depict the same shaded areas that are shown in plan view. And Ross Engineering also then calculated the slope profile, including these blue areas, to come up with slopes that were all less than 10 on 1 or 10%. And that led us to summarize that figure 7 out of the policy is what would consistently throughout the site demonstrate that there is no coastal bank. I brought in copies of the policy just to highlight this figure 7 that we're referring to in yellow. And it's interesting that even on DP's diagram, they show a small break in slope at the base. And Merrill agreed that the microtopographic features just in those isolated shaded areas that do exceed 10-to-1, but not rising to the level that you call those coastal banks. I mean, I guess it would be, if one were to consider these microtopographic features indicating coastal banks, there'd be 5 coastal banks.
So where it says that it's assuming that the shaded areas are showing coastal banks, we're saying that it's not.
Correct.
Frank, can I comment on that?
Sure.
What we were hoping to do was to get a ruling from DEP, because we clearly have sections on there where the slope is great enough to be coastal bank. It's a very complicated, the way it's written is pretty complicated, so we're trying to get a ruling from them. we sent it in to get an answer, and the person we were hoping would respond to was on vacation, so we didn't get anything back, so we sent it to Merrill Engineering, and they expounded on their original points, and I don't know if you guys, looked at 3 and 4, and it's on the one I just handed out to you. It's, even reading this, it's hard to decide whether they're saying that it may be or it isn't. Because they're talking about figure 4 is another figure that it could look like. 7 is the one where it's clearly not a bank and it flattens out, and 4 is one where it jogs, and at certain points it is, enough for a coastal bank. So, I mean, when I read through this, I wasn't able to see what they were saying. We have a couple of people that have been in who know, coastal banks, and they're saying that they don't believe it is, and we just needed to try to get it confirmed on the other end, and the EP person wasn't available, and this is, I don't know if you think it's conclusive or not conclusive, I don't know.
If I can add just a quick thing to that. Reading out of DEP policy 92-1, there's a subsection in here that talks about when a landform other than a coastal dune has a slope that's so gentle and continuous that it doesn't act as a vertical buffer and confine elevated stormwaters, the landform does not qualify as a coastal bank. It says, rather, gently sloping landforms at or below the 100-year flood elevation, which have slopes that are less than 10-1, shall be regarded as land subject to coastal storm flowage, not as a coastal bank. And it goes through and talks about the averaging, and if you read Deb's letter, what we did is, we went from the wetland up to the street, basically, and we did take an average to show that every one of those was under 10% when you average it, and it talks in here about sometimes when you average, it doesn't give you correct information, and it goes on to say, therefore, it's strongly recommended that a follow-up field observation be made to verify the delineations from the engineering data. So even though you've got some slopes that are a little bit over 10%, they're basically saying you've got to rely on the coastal geologist to go out there and say, do we have a landform that qualifies as a coastal bank? So you mix the two together, and I think what Deb has done in her letters is she said that the work that Ross Engineering done is now accurate. By changing those transects just a little bit, making them perpendicular, it sounds like she's comfortable that the plan depicts what's there, and once we reach that level, we then have the coastal geologist look at it to see if we have the landform. And that's where I had both Stan and Norm Hayes go out, both professionals in the field that have indicated that the landform doesn't exist for a coastal bank.
I think I agree that she said that you guys calculated the transcripts correctly. I mean, the gentle slope isn't gentle if it's more than 1 to 10. So we're still not getting an answer to, is this enough of a area with a slope of greater than 10 to be a bank or not? I mean, it's not the problem with how you guys have looked at it or how she has looked at it. It's the wording in the policy.
I think the response, was it Rebecca Haney that you talked to? Who said that if a qualified coastal geologist takes a look at it, that you should take his opinion? I think that was said at the last meeting.
I mean, she doesn't work for DEP. We go by what DEP says, but we listened to her.
Okay. Well, I've had 2 geologists take a look at it, both coming up with the same opinion. So, and the stuff has been sent to Greg DeCesar up at DEP, so obviously at any time if they wanted to intervene with this, they could do that. So,
well,
again,
I didn't see this stuff until this week, though.
Again, at any time, DEP can intervene and say that there's a coastal bank if they choose to do that. So it doesn't have to be before the close of the hearing. Right. I mean, once he looks at the information, if he says, hey, wait a minute here, we got a bank, then everything is on hold. I'm pretty confident with my consultants that we don't have a coastal bank on the site.
He never saw a bank mentioned. He received a notice of intent. There was no bank at all even mentioned.
Right, he doesn't have a vote.
It wouldn't come to his attention if it wasn't in there.
So again, all this information that's been brought to you tonight is on his desk or on his computer right now. So he has all the information that's required to determine whether there's a coastal bank or not, I believe.
He does.
Okay.
He does now.
Well, a coastal, let's just, so a coastal bank is one of the several issues of this site. It's one that we've asked questions for you to come back with. My question when we talked about this, and certainly getting the review from Merrill, and they're realigning the transects. My question at the last meeting was gathering the original information on the grades. I believe I asked that question, is how did they get those grades? And what was the frequency in actually, is it a flown grade? Were they actually done on site? How many shots were taken?
Yeah, they were done on site, and I think that Russ said...
Was there a grid that they used? I know this is a tough site to do that, but, you know, and again, and the example I used for you was the Herringbrook Meadow site, where the isolated wetland changed dramatically in the increments that they took the shots from, Steve.
Right,
you know? And
absolutely.
So that was my question. So was it resurveyed, or was it just, they just took the Ross information and changed the angle of the transects?
Right, I think we sent to her the plan that had all the spot shots on it and all that. So
Okay.
it was an on-the-ground survey at the site. It was nothing that was flown, wasn't taken from USGS. It was an on-the-site survey.
Okay.
And that information was sent over to them. There's nothing that indicates that she wanted to have more shots or anything like that. She took the information that was there and basically says, this is, you know, this is fine. And I was actually waiting to see whether they were asking for more or not, and they didn't, so.
Did you ever have any conversation with her about that, Pat?
Yeah, she thought that the number of transects were fine, she just wanted them to be perpendicular so that, you know, she could take a look at it that way. But, I mean, I was hoping for something saying it's a bank or it isn't a bank, and we don't
Right,
have that.
yeah, no.
But I mean...
It'd be nice to have something that clear.
Exactly, exactly.
Well, they would have to hire a coastal geologist to do that. I think we've used most of them on, you know, on our side here.
No, what I was thinking was DEP could look at this, and we could say, gee, these transcripts are fine, these areas have been identified, is this enough of a...
All right, so...
We're trying to slow it down. It's
Oh, let's jump to another one, because, or another issue. We also have from an environmental standpoint, looking at habitat or wildlife.
Yeah.
We have a report here, right?
Right, I mean, the one question is how far can we go without finding out whether it is or isn't a bank? Or do you guys have enough information that you could say it is or it isn't? Because I think there are other issues, but this would create a whole new buffer if it is a bank. And we're just trying to make sure we get the right answer. We don't have any strong feelings one way or the other. We've been pushing to get the right answer.
Stan, can you show me where 4 is here, figure 4, that they're referring to? So they said,
Figure 4, it's up in the top left-hand corner of that highlighted box set that I gave you. So it's figure 7 down at the bottom there.
Yeah, okay.
Figure 4
Okay,
is the
got
top
it.
left.
yeah.
It all is a part of the scale of features. So in that figure 4, if one took a slope profile, the entire slope that Steve described, or the transect, that would be greater than
Than 10, right, yep.
where the more flat it is, the heavier it's going to be weighed, the slope profile will be weighed towards the flatter end, flatter side. So you can have these little microtopographic features greater than 10 on 1, but when you look at the whole slope profile, it's averaged. I hate to use that term, that's one that DEP wants you to avoid, but the composite slope, maybe it's a better word to use.
Got it. Thank you.
Is less than 10 on 1.
Okay. What a, like, this is in an area of coastal storm flowage. And there's no question about that.
Yep.
It is changing in the new maps, though, right?
Right. There's one question on that, in that one of the flood zone lines was scaled from FEMA, and the other one is a different line. One is actually the 13 on the on the site plan. So we have two different...
And it should be the contour on the ground. It should be an
Okay.
elevation on the ground.
Where was the scaled one? Was it,
Scaled one was a little bit more favorable to the applicant, and the other one is...
There's more seaward.
The scaled line comes across here. So it pretty much almost follows the 50-foot buffer, give or take just a couple of feet. And the actual surveyed 13-foot contour comes up through the house here.
okay.
So we're conceding to the fact that we're definitely in land subject to coastal storm flowage. So there's no basement in the house. The first floor elevation is going to be at 14 or above, which actually meets both the 2012 firm maps and the potential proposed maps, which aren't in play yet. But we certainly don't want to go build something that's next year is going to not comply. So we're going to make it comply to both of them, which is just good practice. And does meet the standard as far as grading around the structure is concerned and having the slab elevation be high enough with the grade so that we get flow in and flow out of that as well.
What about the, I don't know, where do we stand with the new flood maps? I know that you sent out an email or something at one point.
Yeah, it's...
How does that have to,
It's like 6 months before building department will use, it has to go through town meeting, and then there's a 6-month period and all that.
so right now, these are still at 2012?
2012 are the maps that have to be used, but again, the only difference on this particular site is going to be it's going from elevation 13 to 14, so we're going to set the structure so that it meets both.
And the 14 line is pretty much where the 13 line used to be, is that your understanding, or is the 14 bump it further out toward the street?
It depends on which ones you go by. If you go by the firm maps, they have no idea where they are. I mean, the maps are just really messed up. But again, the critical item is that we build the structure high enough if we're in land subject to coastal storm flowage to meet the 14, which we're going to do.
Right. The one point on that, too, is that our bylaw says that an undeveloped lot like this, you should be considering sea level rise. So,
Right.
I mean, it is something that is in, the wording is in our bylaw that there needs to be the possibility of additional storage of floodwaters. I think for a building permit application, you're held firm to the 2012 until something changes, but if we know sea level is rising, we are allowed under the bylaw to consider that.
3.5 millimeters a year.
What is it, an inch a year, or whatever?
No, 3.5 millimeters.
Where,
If you want me to go another 6 inches higher on the structure, put me another 6 inches higher, let's move on.
That's
Where
a heavy-
are we
Heavy
with-
construction trash bag.
river protection?
If we're gonna, are we gonna try to close tonight, or do we have questions that we're gonna need to?
I'd just like to kind of rework through this application, I think is what we should do.
Okay.
We brought up a bunch of issues the last time, and I think it'd be good.
Well,
Do you want Pat to comment for a minute?
I have a question. So, we have a coastal geologist, Dan, saying that it's not a coastal bank, and then you inferred that we have another one. Who is this other person?
Well, it's Norm Hayes that did the...
Is he, I mean, a registered coastal geologist, and is he saying to us that this is not a coastal bank? Do we have that?
Wildlife specialist.
Okay.
Yeah, he
All right,
actually
so-
included a copy of his resume as well.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to comment whether he's a coastal geologist, because I
Yeah.
don't know that, but you have his full resume there. And basically, the letter that he has in here, that based on 40 years of experience in wetland and coastal resource area review.
Yep.
So, again, I don't know if he has the same...
Yep.
I don't know if he has the highest qualifications like
Yeah,
Mr.
but we
Humphreys
have-
has.
I mean-
But...
We have a single one now, and not to diminish that its importance, but, and we can't, why couldn't we get Merrill to say yes, no, in, out, up, down?
It came in late today, and it's, still looks like a gray area to me.
Well, it's different, though. You couldn't get Merrill to say it because Merrill's not a coastal geologist. Merrill was hired to review the engineering work and survey work that Ross Engineering did.
Uh-huh.
So if you know, if we need a third or fourth coastal geologist to go out there and look at this flat site, tell me that's what we need.
We haven't, third or fourth, we haven't had two.
No, I
Well,
think...
we have to.
Yeah, I think Stan's comments are good. They're based on being on the site.
Yep.
It's a regulation thing. Is DEP going to say, oh, that's enough of a area where the slope is high enough that it's coastal bank or not? I think it's a regulatory kind of question.
Interpretation.
It's Jim Mahala or somebody who's at the, I don't know.
Well, if you could get them to comment, I think that's worthwhile. Okay, I mean, we have, I want to make sure Paul and Lisa have their questions, but I know you had some other concerns, so I don't care who goes first.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that it's a gray area, you know, trying to look at both sides. The other side, I'd say, is we don't really have any overwhelming evidence either that it is a coastal bank. It looks like a difficult one to hash out. Now, did anything change since the last meeting on the backyard development or the house footprint or anything, or is that still all the same?
The only thing that we added was the wildlife features that Norm asked.
It was the site plan B, though. That was, I don't know if you've seen the one that was March 10th.
Yep, that's a totally different plan that's on the back of this. Much as we did on Old Oak and Bucket Road, we kind of gave the commission two options. What I believe is a good option and what I believe is not a good option. I think there was some discussion as to, you know, whether this site was going to be constructed on at all or not, and can the commission actually regulate it to a point where it can't be built on. And that plan right there depicts a structure being built, not where I want to put it, and not how I want to put it, and it's completely outside the 50-foot buffer strip, but it complies with every regulation that you have, and there's zero mitigation on site. That's not what I want to do. But that's merely a plan to show that the site absolutely can be built on with a single-family dwelling. I would really prefer to do the project that's in front of you here that has all this mitigation, because I think it's going to make the site a lot better. And the placement of the house is going to be much better as well. Even though there's some intrusion into the 50-foot, I think the amount of mitigation that we're proposing is going to be a real asset to the site, rather than just, you know, stay out of the 50-foot.
So this latest plan, you're showing it left in a natural state.
Not going to touch it.
50,
Yep.
the inner riparian,
Yep.
you're going to be in somewhat in the land subject to coastal storm flowage zone.
Yep.
So a new lot with a structure in a flood zone.
Yep.
So that may not be within regulations.
The only place that you can't build in the floodplain, new construction, is the town of Scituate floodplain. That's elevation 10. So if you look on the map and you can see where elevation 10 is, it's down near the pond. I promise I won't put the house in the pond. FEMA allows new construction in all the FEMA zones that are shown on this site. We're not in a V zone, it's in an AO zone, it's allowed every day. It meets the regulations.
Steve, this plan that you'd like to not build shows a setback from the street of 16.5.
Yep.
How is it that you can build it from 16.5?
Don't you love it when I do these? This is a pre-existing non-conforming
love is the
lot
right
because
word.
it's got 97.3 feet of lot width on it and frontage, and qualifies as a 40A Section 6 lot, and I can set the house anywhere on the site, but that is not where I want to set the house. That will be a bad project, but the woman will be able to build on her lot.
Because it's a pre-existing non-conform, and actually, this is a zoning question, it's not our purview.
Right. No, I've been to the building inspector with this, and I wouldn't show you the plan if I didn't go over it with him first. But that, again, it's not what I want to do on this site. It's not the right plan to do.
And it's not automatic that you can do this on this site. It's within the 200-foot riverfront, the commission may allow disturbance like this. Also, it doesn't look like it'd be possible to build that house and not get into the 50 and the inner 100. I mean, you're right up to the edge. You're going to have equipment, there's not going to be any yard.
I think it's actually 4 feet away.
You're going to dig holes, and you're going to pour concrete, and you're going to do all that up against the line. I don't see how that's possible.
Just takes a little longer, right, Steve?
You got it. If the development of that
That
site...
wasn't encouraging, that was not it's only read from the back of his shirt.
If the development of this site depends on the fact that the 50-foot is not going to be touched, the 50-foot won't be touched. If you'd like to come out and watch on a daily basis, I encourage you to come on out. But I don't want to build that plan. It doesn't make sense.
That may be all that you'd be able to build.
Yep.
Some of these sites, too, you have to look at the cumulative things going on. There's a bordering vegetated wetland, there's, a pond right off-site, there's land subject to coastal storm flowage, there's riverfront area, there's a lot of different things we're trying to protect. You have to meet the standards for all of those different resource areas. It's very difficult to do, and to jam a house in a corner like this in the outer riparian of a riverfront, because it's the only place it could be put. I mean, it may be something the commission would say, fine, put it there, or they may say, this isn't a suitable place, it's riverfront, we can deny a project like this.
Right.
If I could ask through the chairman, maybe the agent could tell us which performance standard we don't meet, so I can start with that.
If you don't think you're going to have any impact from runoff from this, any type of channelizing of water, you're going to have a whole new impervious area there that you're going to be right up against a resource area.
Okay, so runoff and channeling water.
Runoff and channeling water.
Pat, can I ask you a question? Have we determined that the river front
You know what I would suggest?
guidelines are applicable here?
You know what I'm going to suggest? We have a project in front of us that we should be dealing with. And as much as I appreciate seeing what the alternative might be, I really think that we need to address the project that's proposed. If for some reason that project isn't constructed, and then this one is before us, then we'll deal with the issues of this project.
A new filing?
I'd suggest that that's the way we deal with that. Okay? I appreciate what you're saying. I understand that there's an alternative, but I think that we need to address the project that's been presented for us, and then
Good point.
saying that if it's...
I would prefer that.
Okay. All right? I think we're overstepping what we're doing if we go down that road.
That was only for a demonstration purpose, that's all.
Well...
Door number 2. We'll stick with door number 1.
It's just information, though it's valuable information to have, but that's the project on the board.
Yeah,
This
I
is
think-
good additional information to have.
Yes. So do we have the same concerns with this particular site right here?
I think the 50-foot buffer disturbance is obviously the larger piece, and you've offered an extreme amount of mitigation for that. I think that's a piece that we need to weigh out.
Yeah.
I think that Pat should try to get some, at least feedback from somebody at DEP on the coastal piece. Not that I don't appreciate Mr. Humphrey's interpretation of that. It seems like it's been well vetted, but in lieu of, say, another consultant, if we could get an answer, I think that's a fair. I mean, we've got a consultant to look at various pieces of this, so I don't think we really need another one, especially if we can get some interpretation or at least opinion.
Well, I can tell you that if you don't get the opinion from DEP, I'd just as soon, instead of hiring consultants that wouldn't be qualified to do it, if you'd like to get one that's qualified to do the coastal bank, I don't have a problem with that. That's what I thought we were going to get when I first paid for the consultant that I paid for.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you want to, we're kind of keep playing with this thing, do you want to just step in that direction and go get?
I've
I've already talked to DEP, so
Yeah,
I think
okay.
you're going to get the answer out of DEP.
Well, so let's-
He's on
okay.
vacation.
Okay.
So,
So there we go with that piece.
Sure. It's
We've
their
got,
regulation,
we've got
we should ask
information
them.
on habitat and wildlife,
yeah.
right?
Mhm.
I mean, I'm not questioning much about what came in from that. Seems,
There's some questions.
okay. All right.
Do we want to hire another wildlife specialist for the town's side of it?
I don't think we need to.
Good.
Okay.
We'll save you some money. So we're pulling the other Plan B out of this.
I don't think that that's something that we want to, you know, I mean, I think that's something that the commission always has to consider when we look at a project and when we have an NOI, we close, and then do we deny it or approve it with conditions? So we can either approve a project with conditions or we can deny it. We know that if we deny it, there may be some other alternative that a person can submit. I mean, I think that's part of the process. At least it's always been my thought process when I look at this, that I'd much rather look at the things that we can control than would wind up being left to the state or to someone else. So I think those are things that we have to weigh. But once we close this hearing, it's still up to us to deny it or approve it. And then if we approve it, we approve it with conditions that we feel are detrimental to this site. Those can still be appealed. I mean, all of this is appealable, so, you know, this is not the last say in this game by any stretch.
And we've also, with projects like the house with the tennis court, they come in with the proposal, and we've said, well, we'd like to see you come back next week and move this further towards the street and move this further to the left, and this would make it more palatable.
But once you close the hearing, there's no more information. The other thing that's a little bit different from site to site is some of the sites that we have allowed more encroachment or whatever have been developed sites. In this case, this is an undeveloped site. It may be pre-existing in terms of zoning and give them the flexibility of different setbacks and whatnot, but that's not our purview. That's somebody else's purview. So we need to address what ours are and stick to that.
Okay.
Does that seem
Oh, for sure.
reasonable?
That seems reasonable.
We may not have had a quorum to vote anyway tonight. I think,
Well, we've batted that one around before. We're going to find out what the answer to that is.
I don't have a problem with the continuance, I really
Yeah.
don't. I mean, I want to get it right, I want everybody to be comfortable, because I realize the site has all of these resource areas
Couldn't have
on
picked
it.
a worse one.
It found me.
Hey, give them
It found
time.
me. How's that?
Give them time.
It
Wait till you
found me.
see the next one.
It found me. How about in the audience? I know this gentleman's been here on all occasions. Would you like to make additional comments?
It won't affect anybody except...
And just your name?
Robert Reardon,
Yep.
298 Haverford.
Sure.
It'll affect me the most, obviously. In fact, I'm the only one that will honestly be affected by it. To me, it's a poor piece of land to develop. It really has an awful lot of issues, and especially around that pond. You know, if the pond wasn't there, perhaps I might be a little more friendly, but with the pond there, it really does change the equation. And trees were cut down there last summer by either the owner or a relative. And what I found, and nobody would know it better than I, is there are no birds there anymore. Because this time of year, you know, you're 4:30, 4:05 in the morning, those birds that will butt my land and that were relentless. There were hundreds of birds chirping. Because of those trees that were cut down, they're gone. Their home was taken away. It's like if your house burns down, you can't go back to it, but you can have insurance to have it rebuilt, and you can go back to it. And, you know, they're mentioning about we'll put man-made vegetation there. But there is a difference between what's man-made and what's natural. And I do kind of think that you're going to lose a lot of people that live there, because you don't do man-made vegetation, you just maintain natural vegetation.
Well,
And I did walk out back there a couple of times with the trees cut down, and I said to myself, how in the name of sweet Jesus, it just isn't a good piece of land to develop. It's poor at best because of a pond. And I will admit, I do love my privacy. And we've lived in the house since 1970. And I really do hate to lose that, if at all possible. If it was more desirable, I probably could sit back and say, well, okay, but it's a tough piece of land to develop. And it's probably one of the few views left that you'll have a view of the ocean until that storm comes in and the ocean's in the living. Because, been in the house since since the blizzard of 78. So I did see a lot of things happen over the years. So I'm kind of asking, minus a member of the board right at the moment, to have diversity. It's just a tough piece of land.
thank you. To your point, Mr. Ridden, and just our purview as a commission, in terms of your privacy and things like that, you're in this, I mean, you're welcome to state it, but your points of habitat and the fact that these trees were cleared prior to this hearing, we actually, do we have an enforcement order? Or I know that this was brought to our...
But the people came in and we started to work with them.
When we noticed that the trees were being cut, we sent a violation. Cut it, hold them a cease and desist, but the damage was done, to your point. Sure.
Quite a bit was cut down.
And to your point, that there is a difference between a man-made habitat and a natural habitat. So that's well taken. Thank you.
But if the pond wasn't there and it was just land that went right to the street behind us, just a continuation, I could see...
No.
Yeah.
Well, we probably wouldn't be here.
I was going to say, we wouldn't be here.
No, we probably wouldn't be. But because when you have the pond, but then you still had the reeds and the marsh after the pond.
Right.
Before you actually got to the solid piece of the land.
Yeah.
You know, it's like my lower end, the upper end of the yard is solid, but the lower end of the property goes right into the marsh and wetlands.
Okay.
Now, that is part of the property, but I know nothing to be done about it. I just let it do whatever it wants.
Sure.
And who wants to go out back and have those briars?
Right.
They're hot, so you know you got to stay away from them.
Okay.
But even the sumac, you just got to leave it be.
Yeah.
And from the backyard, I cannot see the ocean in the summer.
Right.
That's how strong everything grows. So if I want to have a little view of the ocean, I have to go upstairs.
Okay.
And that's because everything's nice and damp and wet, and it grows very well.
Okay.
So you lose, you hear the ocean, but you don't see it.
Well, maybe they're going to have to revegetate with sumac if they...
Yes. Like you said, the sumac.
Yep, no, I appreciate it. That's good. Okay.
So that's all.
Okay, thank you.
I'll go to the next one when we have it.
Sure.
All right.
Just a quick question for Stan. Do you define that pond as a salt pond?
I don't know what the salinity of it is, that would help. It's a semi-enclosed body of water by definition.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the only way it's really fed by the chain ponds, right?
Yeah.
Or overwash.
No, it's fed by shade to one of
Is there
7.
another? So
It's
to
one
get
of 7.
salt water in there, though, I'm just wondering how it...
Oh, yeah.
How it really gets any salinity.
Primarily the overwash.
Just by
That
overwash.
lack of turnover would keep it saltier. More.
Because that actually drains down past Egypt Beach parking lot.
All the way to Musquashkett, and, yep.
But there's no water body, there's nothing flowing back from the Squashkit Pond. That thing's way higher than that, so it's not coming back from Musquashkett Pond.
It's the headwaters.
We're going down there to look at it tomorrow, actually.
Okay. Well, I think that we should continue this, not that we want to keep...
I have a question.
Sure.
You mentioned that you're going to eradicate the Phragmites. What size of an area are you going to eradicate?
The strip shows on the plan, you should have, I assume you got a copy of the new plan?
No.
It's a 10-foot wide strip.
Yeah.
Show- and I can show you where it is if you want.
No, I'm just
show
looking
us.
for this.
It's this lighter portion of the plan right here. So
Okay.
all this down here is all Phragmites from there down to the pond. It's so thick you couldn't get through it if you had to. So he's suggesting taking out this 10-foot strip here and allowing some of this cabbage to come in, as well as he's got some plantings going in that area as well.
Okay, and what herbicide are you planning to use?
God.
I'd like to know what the herbicide is and then the dose that you're going to use.
Okay.
Terrific, thanks.
You want a motion?
Sure.
A motion to continue to April 6th at 6:50.
There's a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What was that date?
April 6th.
6:50, April 6th.
I'd make it a little later. We're running so far behind on all the,
No
everybody's waiting
problems.
around all night.
Yep.
If they're 10 minutes
And then they'll
apart,
continue a bunch and we'll be sitting here
People are here for-
waiting.
Yeah.
Before you do that?
Yep.
Could you check with my neighbor and make
Yeah,
sure?
no, actually, what time, Bob, can you get here? I know you told us after 7?
7 is fine.
Yeah.
If we could not do the April vacation, if we could not do it that, the week of the 18th,
It's the 6th.
that's fine, yeah, because the week of that vacation.
So say 7 p.m.
7 o'clock then.
Perfect.
Okay, 7.
Thanks for reminding us of that, Steve.
Steve, would you be okay with Penny and Rich reading in?
Yes.
I'll watch it.
Yep, absolutely.
Thanks.
Okay,
Good thing that we have
thank
an
you.
eradication.
We're done,
Okay.
done. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
I'm going to step out for 1 second.
Good, because I gotta hit the head too.
Yeah.
We're going to hit it right.
Do we have something that I can reference in terms of how the riverfront reads?
Yeah.
Okay, because we haven't even gotten into that yet.
No, I was supposed to do that in the
Yeah.
last closing.
You know, that, it feels to me like, you know, I don't have to do
That's fine. On the one that you questioned whether we should close or not, could have gone either way. Could have gone, if we think we can get that information and it's done and it's pretty simple, I think we can do it either way.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
Message that people need to, you know.
Boy, everything got continued. We can get all these
Well, a lot of it, it's not,
next week.
I mean, I think that we're capable and able to make a decision if the information's in our hands, but if they don't come in, then look.
And I think if we don't get the information cut, if the
Okay,
information
yeah.
will come back.
Either way, but we're having
On March 16th, 2015, at 7:20 PM, the Town Hall Situate Conservation Commission will hold a wetlands hearing under Chapter 131, Section 40 of the Massachusetts General Laws and Section 30700, Town of Situate Code of Bylaws regarding the application of Jacqueline Murphy to raise and rebuild a dwelling and construct a larger dwelling with an attached garage located at 91 Humrock Beach Road, Humrock. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend. Did you get a green card on this one, Paul?
Yes. What's that?
Is Paul part of that, was Paul in a butter?
No, not a butter.
As long as he votes for it.
I was just making sure, because it was close, it's close, but not that close.
He's still learning the neighborhood. The applicant owns an existing lot, 6,000 square foot lot that's outlined in yellow on the plan. There's a seawall on the ocean side of it at elevation 15.5. The lot lies in two FEMA zones. One is zone VE, elevation 19. There's an overwash zone behind it with a water depth of 2 feet. This is based upon the 2012 map. What she's proposing to do is to raise the existing dwelling and the existing structure behind it, which is like a small outbuilding or garage. There's an open deck here, and there's a covered deck, or there's a covered porch in the front of the house. And then there's an existing deck between the existing house and the seawall. This will remain in place, but everything else is proposed to be raised and reconstructed.
What do you say this is being removed? You said this is remaining in place. What is that?
There's an existing open deck right here,
Okay.
which goes up to the front of the house.
Thanks, Pat.
Which is here. This portion of it's going to remain. And this will be replaced with an open deck, which will be elevated. We have been zoning, we have the proposed home and the footprint shown on the plan. Right now, the existing house comes out to this line here. What we're going to do is to push it in, so we meet the side yard setback of 8 feet. It's actually 8.4 feet. One of the neighbors has an open deck that's just about on the property line. So that's the reason for pushing the house back.
What's the hatched line inside, Paul? What are those crosshatched?
This is the existing structure. That's the existing house.
Yeah.
There's a covered porch, which is not living space. This is an open deck, and this is the existing garage, if you will. So the main structures would be the house, and then you have a covered porch going around the side and the front.
That's existing now?
Yes, that's existing. The area right now, it has a roof, is like this. This is all roof area,
Okay.
and this is roof area here. There's a photograph that shows this is like an open deck with a wood platform. That'll be part of the house now. Put it off here. This is a proposed garage in the house. Cars would come closer to the plane, this passageway, and into the garage.
Where's this picture? You got it.
That's a foundation. Have we got a site plan? Is there another site plan?
Yeah, there's a site plan.
So do we know how much square footage is being added to the existing structure?
The actual square footage, about 600 square feet, which includes the open area here.
Have you already talked to Neil about this? Is this okay with zoning and Neil, or?
This has been approved by the zoning board.
Okay.
the zoning board had to approve the setbacks and the increase in the gross floor area.
Paul, did he talk to you about the change in the V-zone that's going to include this whole lot? Are they going to try to meet those standards too, so they don't get killed with insurance?
Putting more
Going to go
building
the
in the
right
V-zone.
distance, yeah.
Doesn't make
Yeah,
any
because
sense.
this whole thing is going to be in
Increase
16?
the amount of a building
B16
in a
now?
V-zone. Doesn't make any sense.
Right, but that's not our purview. That's,
Yes, it most certainly is. This is being, this
They can
is
do
Oh,
adding.
yeah, I've seen it.
Zoning
It's-
approves it.
Yeah, it's old style.
It's zoning wise, but they're adding into a V-zone, and that would be in our purview.
well, actually, no, that addition isn't in the V-zone.
Where's the
Where's
addition
the
on this
V-zone
picture?
on here?
Right here.
Yeah,
Right here.
so the V-zone,
This is overwatch.
the house has moved out of the V-zone, right?
But we're
Yes.
talking about the new maps.
Right, but
I know we can't,
right, we enforce with the
Well, the new
regulations
map-
we have.
Well, the new map has a velocity zone of 16. The seawall's 15 and a half.
that's
The
good.
velocity zone is 16, but as I state in my narrative, and I'll tell you my presentation, DEP has a policy that if you're on a barrier beach, which we are, the top of any pile has to be 2 feet above grade, which it is.
Yes. Yeah, that's,
And there's the pavers, that's similar to Salamando's.
right, yeah, with the skirt in the bottom, it's elevated, yeah. I have never seen what they're talking about doing, putting
The other way.
frame
Yeah, right,
structure with
yep.
vents at ground level.
No, we're not talking,
Yeah.
we're discussing another
Yeah.
project at the same time.
The other thing that I want to point out, because of the size of
Is
the
this
lot,
right here? Here? Okay.
the existing septic system are some cesspools. They have to be replaced. And in order to do that, we have to dig 4 test holes and do 3 perk tests. There's no available room on the lot with a house here, so what I've asked is I've asked for a conditional approval to do 2 things. One, to go out and do the testing after the house is down and before they do any construction. Then we have to design the septic system, and we'd submit a copy back to you. It has to be approved by the Board of Health.
So is the septic gonna wind up under this house, Paul?
Yes. Well, the leaching trenches would. The leaching trenches will be under the piles.
Right.
which is
Where's the
pretty
tank gonna go?
standard. Pardon?
Where's the septic tank?
We haven't determined that yet.
Is it going to be a tight tank?
No.
No, there's leaching, but the tank could wind up being elevated.
Yeah,
Could be
but this is all
elevated.
sand,
Could
so
be.
this is really good media for a septic system
Yeah.
here.
Yeah,
It'll-
we aren't worried about the septic system.
Yeah.
But if you're in a velocity zone, the tank may have to go inside.
That-
If we could put it in the ground, we'd probably put it back here somewhere.
That's
She
what was
also
done, that
has
was
a-
done with my
a park-
neighbor.
Right.
They had to do it the
Right,
same
well,
way.
because down there, the ocean just, over here, it doesn't do, nothing's like
Here, it
Central
probably
Ave.
wouldn't be a
Central Ave, it
problem.
just comes in and scours and,
If you're
yeah.
on Central Avenue, you'd lose it, but here,
Yeah.
you got that seawall and
What,
Now, the top of the pile is going to be 19 and a quarter. Which is higher than the current, the most recent flood zone. In November and March, they had it at 16. It's my understanding that those maps will be the final maps, which is another appeal period for them.
Paul, how are you gonna mitigate the, right, I'm sorry, finish
No,
that.
I don't think there'll be another appeal period. I think we're going to get it. It would have to be Lomas after that. I don't think there's going to be any town appeal.
There are, yeah.
How are you gonna mitigate for the increased impervious area of the house, Paul?
The plan would be to put in some infiltrators to take the runoff from the roof. That's the increase in impervious area is coming from the roof area.
Right.
It's all sand down below. There's an increase of 42%.
Yeah.
So we would design those along with the septic system because there's going to be a separation of the roof. 10 feet, 25 feet.
You got enough room to do both?
Yes. Well, with that sandy area there, that's not a problem, because we'll percolate the sand. Plus, the chamber's going to be fairly large, because we have a lot of space between the piles.
And is this their property here as well?
No, they have an easement, the parking easement.
But it's paved now?
Yes, it is paved. There's a picture of it now. It is paved. It's been there quite a while.
Yeah, and there's another house right here.
Yeah.
Is that a shared parking with somebody else, or is it?
No, that's a deeded easement for this property. And this goes way back in time.
What are the thoughts about removing the impervious from this area?
People park there for like overflow. I mean, if they can't park on sand, they have to put...
Some stone or gravel or something. What do you think about that, Pat?
Yeah, I mean, with an increase, is there another spot they can reduce impervious somewhere?
That's what my question was, is they've got this parking area, it's on an easement, it's not actually on their property, but it's their asphalt. And
What about where the garage is there in the existing building? Is that
Using
going to
every
be,
square inch.
is there something that can be done in that area? Is that going to be your
No.
septic tank or something?
Oh, you see this heavy line? This is the new building right here. So that gets torn down and squared
What's this, what's in here? Nothing, no?
Nothing.
it's just parking,
And that's not parking or anything?
grass or...
No, this is the
It's not, they might park there, I think it's just kind of
Oh,
hard
yeah.
back, you know, sand and gravel, really, if I remember right.
She can park here, then, you know, any
It could-
overflow parking would be here. This is
Yeah,
postscript
I think
lane.
it's just hard packed.
This isn't built here, this is a
Right.
passageway, it's really, this isn't built either.
Yeah, yeah, I've seen both of those.
That's pretty common down there.
So, I mean, things like surface of the driveway and stuff like that.
It'll probably be a plank, probably a wood surface.
And it's going to be up, how high up?
Well, these have to be, the top of the pile have to be 2 feet above
Bill,
grade.
have you walked on the seawall?
Oh, okay.
Down in Humrock?
So it'll
You should
be-
see
And then can it
most
still
houses
flow under?
that are
There'll be a
new
ramp underneath it.
go
yeah.
from
And it can still-
8-foot
and
side
it'll-
setback to 8-foot side setback, from the front setback to the back setback, up 3 stories. That's every house.
Yeah.
When those piers have to
And
be-
they're using every damn square inch they got.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be thumbs down on this
A couple
one.
lots across the street down here.
It's just a coincidence that it's
5-6
him.
years ago.
Postscript?
No, it wasn't
Oh.
postscript, it was... That was Brunswick, might have been Pelfrey Street, it was over here, it was in South River, but you got a Dairy Pizza, the garage had to be up.
Like to comment on the nice narrative that was in this notice of intent. There was a full-page narrative describing the project, which is it's good to have.
Who wrote that?
My son.
Yeah, you should have said, who wrote that for you?
Your son didn't put him in the other two that you brought in tonight, though.
Well, Bill, if they got rid of the pavement, would that help sell you, or no, that doesn't make any difference?
No.
Okay.
What are you looking for, Bill?
I'm looking to have less space in a barrier beach and velocity zone and overwash zone, not increasing spaces in areas that we had problems with.
What's the foundation on the existing house, Paul? And outbuilding, do you know?
There's photos, are there photos in there?
I think it's block, or it's pretty low. The house is really low.
It is low.
It's either block or concrete, I
The house
think.
could be closed, and the house is pretty low now.
Yeah,
It's
very
pretty
low.
much level with a first floor of the house is 16.9, it's like 1.4
So is this
feet
his
above
parking
sea level.
area?
Where the van is?
Yes, because that's the garage, there's the house, that's the garage, and there's a easement you can't really see, but over here, the drives.
And what is this vegetation? It's like
It's all
Rosa
Rosa
Rugosa.
rugosa and natural,
I think
yeah,
that's
there's a lot of
all-
natural vegetation on that side of the house, and... kinda
Does that
wraps
go,
around.
does that, when we look here, is that vegetation up in here?
It's up in this area
Comes all the
here.
way down here, there's a big dune here, it comes down here, and then you're looking at it, it kind of wraps, there's like some, I think, on that side of the road maybe, and then some on this side. The passageway is kind of getting eaten by the vegetation. There's a passageway in there.
You see the brick walk here?
Yeah, there
Brick
you go.
walk here, it's
Yeah.
this one here, which goes from the paved area.
So if that's that brick walk.
Yeah, no, so it comes all the way down and
This
wraps around.
growth, so this growth right here,
It's all rugosa. and-
this is the telephone pole
Yep,
that's right here.
yes.
Yep.
So this strip is really right here. It doesn't look
in
like
the
anybody travels
passageway.
on, right?
Right.
Right.
So that's vegetated, and then it looks like that vegetation goes up this side. Right?
And now also, they're gonna relocate utility pole.
We also have to relocate the gas line, which is in here. There's a gas line right here, which has to be relocated.
And why do you have to relocate the gas line?
Pardon?
Why do you have to relocate the gas line?
It's under the structure.
I guess that would be my concern is what's being removed for vegetation in these areas. Right now, I'm seeing,
Yeah, what's gonna be disturbed?
Yeah, there's a lot of vegetation on the site.
It's on both sides of the houses here,
Where's that?
and there's vegetation
It
here
shouldn't
on
need
both
to
sides of the
disturb
house.
any of that side. If there's some disturbance over here.
vegetation
This is-
behind this
This is the
Garage,
neighbor's
right.
house
vegetation,
here.
there's some, looks like some pines or
So
cedars.
what,
Yes.
there's vegetation here and then
Yeah,
here?
this vegetation is this one here.
Is the neighbor's
This is the
Probably
neighbor's
disturb some
property.
there.
Okay.
Then you
And
got
this
a
here
whole
is the
strip there that
passageway.
you could do plantings.
Yeah, that strip doesn't look like there's a lot till maybe you get down in
Well,
here.
it's gonna, yeah, right, but no, I'm saying for plantings. If you
Right.
wanted to do plantings, they're actually moving it. The side setbacks, there's room for plantings on that south side.
Yeah, we're gonna take this out of here, because they've got a deck right here. You can see this,
Pat, do you have a copy of the photos?
Yeah.
you can see this, you can see both decks. This is
So
all,
I mean, I'm looking at them here, but my question to you, so in looking at this looks like this whole area is all vegetated.
Yeah.
So some of that would be being removed to build the
Yeah.
house.
And this, I think, is partly
This is all
vegetated.
vegetated.
that's
Right,
vegetated, right.
And then it goes up into here, I can't
Yeah.
tell from that picture
Yep.
how far it goes up here, but I can see these trees are right behind the garage right now,
Yep.
right?
Right, so you'd want to minimize any disturbance there, and if you do, you'd need some mitigation
Application,
planting, yeah.
So you're looking at planting here?
Neighbor's deck comes
Well,
right up.
this is going to be wider. No, they're cutting off this deck. They're going to have 8,
Yeah, but the neighbor's deck comes right into that.
right, but they're still going to have 8 feet. You could plant half of that all the way down.
This is that though,
You could
right?
plant the whole
You could
strip.
plant 4 foot of Rosa rugosa and dune grass the
This-
whole length.
This location here
Yeah, I'm
is
with
this
you.
right here.
Yep.
So right now, the neighbor's deck is to here. They're gonna remove this outer area here. Well, they're gonna remove all of it.
Right.
But that's going, that existing open deck
They're going to have
is
8.4
being
feet
eliminated.
on the side there.
She could plant from here all the way back. Because this is the garage. And these stairs here, we don't show here, but the structural plan shows the pavers going from the garage over to the stairway, and then up into the house, and then one into the house. And these stairs are so people can come out of the first floor, which is up now, come to the open deck and walk down the stairs to get out to the beach.
Right. They could plant 3 or 4 feet all the way down and still have plenty of access.
She won't have a walkway from here down.
Right.
So you could plant from here back and then cover this. You could hide this deck too, which is the neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
Can't see what, yeah, right here, this is the neighbors. That's right on the property line. This is going, this covered deck you see is going. That's a pretty big area. This is the town land over here, on the other side of the passageway. I don't know whose grass walkway this is, but it's in the
This is just a passage. Yeah, that's postscript.
Yeah, it isn't used for travel.
Well, people walk down here to the beach.
Yeah.
Yeah. What happened, like most people do, it was probably 20 or 30 feet wide. There you go, 20. And people start encroaching on it and trying, yeah. Well, it's 10 feet in practice. Yeah, yeah. All these streets, if you pull out the big map for the whole, they were all 20 feet. 20 feet and 30 feet. The ones with utilities are 30, and they go river to ocean.
Getting smaller over time.
Yeah. And in the dark usually, in the dark, yeah.
So we can get some mitigation, and is this area a possibility too?
That's a house now.
Oh, that's a house.
That's gonna be the disturbance.
be a house.
That's gonna be disturbance, so that's why we were talking about planting all the way down this side.
Plant out here, and then my question is, should we, because of the additional impervious here, should they remove the asphalt from this parking here?
But they don't own it, right? They
It's a parking easement, so they could
got
park
an
on
easement?
gravel.
But is it someone
If
else's
it's an easement, can you rip it up?
I don't know, I should check and see if someone else has rights in that easement.
Right, yeah,
If
that'd be
they do,
worth
we
checking.
couldn't do that.
I don't know.
It's just, you're adding a lot of impervious area, and you've got a disturbance of vegetation, would be my concern.
Right, right. I mean, if it's possible, that's a good idea, because that's pretty good
Right,
size.
yes.
Added roof space.
That's 1,600 square feet. This is a quarter the size of the lot. A little bit more than a quarter the size of the lot. I can check with it and see who parks there.
There's been a van there, unless that's theirs.
There's our survey van. On the picture?
You weren't there.
What kind of van?
It was white.
Okay. That's right, that one in the picture.
Yeah, that's like Ross Engineering with some stakes.
Most of my guys are
Oh,
going
there's
down there
another
on
one.
nights, so
I've
we
seen,
can...
twice I've been down there, was
Oh, really?
white vans.
You're spending too much time in Humboldt.
I know, and also,
Where it is.
yeah.
You don't remember the 70s, do you? The town officials never lived there.
Can't get out of there.
Paul Cole did.
Yeah, you go. No one else said, where's that? How do you get there? There's a big bone of contention politically.
So on this one, do you want to come back with what, a revised plan then, when you have the septic and the roof drainage? I mean,
No, what I like to do is, I can come back with a revised plan showing the mitigation for the plantings, and I'll check into this. But what I asked was a conditional approval to do the work on the septic system, because we have to do test pits.
Yeah, I've been waiting,
Yeah, and Paul, also, you don't have anything on there about, limits of disturbance and stuff, but this is all
No,
planted
I
and
said
stuff.
I'll come back and
Yeah,
show that.
right.
But I think he's gonna give us that information, and he wants us to close. In our orders, we're gonna have to put something about infiltrators and that
Right.
sort of thing, depending on what they
then you
think.
can bring in a revised plan. Yeah, we're not pressed for it.
Okay. So, we wanna continue this, Penny?
Yep, continue to April 6th at 7:30.
Second,
Can you put me on?
Oh, second, aye.
before Steve?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't wanna hear that?
I hear about it all day, but I don't need to come here and listen to it. Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thanks for the narrative. Thank your son for the narrative.
I will, Pat. He was going to do it in Spanish.
Good.
We have one more for, is it Teague Whitley, but we can do the other piece first, right?
We have an RDA here up top.
Yep.
Yep.
I can find it, I'll read it.
Neolis Commuter Service. It's commuter rail request for determination.
On March 16, 2015, during our 6:15 meeting, Town Hall, you gotta come in here and get in here when we're doing the IDAs. The Conservation Commission will act at the request of Keolis Commuter Service for determination of applicability of Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, Scituate Wetlands bylaws to apply herbicide for vegetation control on the rail line right-of-way Scituate. Abutters and other interested parties are invited to attend. Good evening.
Good evening. Kyle Fair for Fair Dermody. Y'all look really familiar. Do you remember this from 5 years ago?
I think so.
I won't go into too much detail and maybe see what questions lead us, but what you have in front of you is the delineation that actually I personally went out and did 5 years ago with the community service. I mean, we're not contesting that the whole thing runs directly to a swamp. What you see...
We like to call them a wetland.
Sorry, I'm from Maine.
That's right. It's where you go get your swamp buck.
Exactly.
Nothing wrong with people from Maine. I was born in Maine.
So what you have, you see the different zones. The entire area is technically sensitive. The blue, as you can see at the bottom, is a 1-year interval limited spray zone.
Are you holding out on this? I don't know if I have that application. Oh, Bill's got one here. Go ahead.
The blue, basically, the whole line doesn't get spraying. It only gets application to the bed.
Thank you.
It only happens once a year in the light blue zones. You do have some surface water protection areas down at the,
Down towards the yard?
Yeah.
Yep.
That, surface water is all mapped on GIS. That is a 2-year limited interval. The chemicals used out there are DAR certified on their sensitive areas material list. Basically, what they spray is a glyphosate.
Here's the word.
Here we go again.
Can't do anything about that. That's all state regulated. It's a light concentration. It basically provides a brownout somewhere between 7 and 10 days after application. It's a very, very light foliar.
1%?
1%?
Yeah, what do you use as a percentage of concentration?
That'll come out in the YOT
Okay.
next week, but I don't know the exact percentage off the top of my head. It's something like 4 parts per acre, I believe, if I remember correctly. So what we have, though, the yellow zones, you see, those are no spray zones. Those are areas where water, standing water or wetland is within, mostly standing water, is within 10 feet of the spray zone. One good thing about this is that since Keolis has taken over, they've actually reduced their spray pattern. It used to be a 20-foot spray pattern, 10 foot either side of the center line. I'm not sure if it's because they're environmentally conscious or if they're just cheap. They've decided to make it only 8 foot either side of the center line.
It's a win-win.
So, we are still delineating for a 10-foot spray pattern should they ever decide to go back to it, but for now, with financial constraints, I feel they're probably going to stick with the 8 foot either side. So you're getting 2 extra feet of buffer on each side of it from what we had delineated from before.
So how do you keep the spray from going on things on either side?
I can give you an idea if you want to. I've got lovely little pictures of what happens out there. That is what we spray with, which is a fairly sophisticated truck.
I remember this from last time.
Yeah. Well, the pictures are great pictures.
Yeah.
Keep them going. It's a foliar application, so these nozzles all spray directly down. This one does spray out, and that's where you're getting your roughly 10 feet. In this case, they probably turn that one off to get your 8 foot from center line so that they're not spraying as much.
This is where the big war on the Cape is going on to stop this.
I know. I didn't get them as a client this year, so I'm really happy.
Can I give you Laura's number?
No, I don't need
Can I ask a stupid question? Why, why does this have to be done?
It's part of the rights-of-way management regulations, and so it's just part of.
I mean, it's not gonna slow down the train if Phragmites there, so what's the purpose?
What's the purpose of spraying?
Yeah.
Spraying it actually, it does keep the right-of-way free of vegetation, which keeps organics from infiltrating into the new, I mean, it's a brand new track bed, you really don't want.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay.
It's really,
Okay.
it's a preventative application in most part. I mean, it is foliar, they do some pre-emergent stuff, but that hasn't really been a big
I
thing
see.
lately. But you can see, I mean, it's a sophisticated process with equipment. You can see actually in this picture, that's the extent of, you can see how it's wet and dry. It does spray actually basically the edge of the ballast. When they do go through no spray zones, the booms come up. This actually is a sort of a catch trough that is hydraulically activated to come down and catches on drifts and stuff as it goes through no spray zones.
Is this a state project?
It's mandated federal law to actually, remain vegetation free on the
Okay.
right of way, but it's not.
So here's what happens when they don't spray.
So if it's not a state project,
Yeah,
Whose is
okay, and that would
it's
adversely
part of
affect
their
this
maintenance
part, yeah.
agreement with the DOT as part of being the 10-year operator of the commuter line.
This is like Frank's docks. The best way to do it is illegal for the government.
well, they're just required to keep the foliage down. They're not required to spray this chemical that's going to hurt anything that crosses its path.
They're not required to spray, but it would be hard pressed to actually maintain the right of way without using some sort of chemical herbicide application.
Are you entertaining alternatives?
Alternatives have been proposed in the past. They've used, they've tried burning, obviously with mechanical and with chemical means using, I believe it was some sort of fish oil that they used and attempted. Not only did it end up really being an issue with the butters because it smelled like dead rotten fish, but it also basically provided nutrients at the end of all of it that kind of increased the growth. Mechanical means are done, especially in this area. Mechanical means are used to cut trees because it is a sensitive area. You cannot brush spray through this part of the right of way, but they, it's tough to go out and take care of that once it's there.
Right. So you're spraying away from resource areas.
Right. We don't
The sensitive
spray,
areas you don't
within
spray.
10 feet of the standing water, yeah.
Right.
Which glyphosate is it's a fairly, I'm not going to say environmentally friendly.
Because that would be a lie.
That would be a stretch anyway.
And it is on the sensitive area material list, but
Well, we just learned tonight that green crabs aren't environmentally friendly.
We're having our own trouble with those. But it's considered to be relatively immobile, especially once it's on the plant matter and even in the soil. So the DAR actually did a number of drift tests.
Actually, it's highly toxic as long as it's wet.
Right, but you can see from the pictures that it doesn't really stay wet very long. Granted, if there's a frog in the way when they do cross over him, he's probably not going to survive. But you can see
I
on
wonder if there's any
this.
box turtles in the area.
Oh, there probably are. There are plenty of those turtle crossings out there that they actually input, but you can see from the application, you're about 20, 30 feet back from the truck and it's already starting to dry because it is such a light application. It's roughly, for a 20-foot patch, 1 foot wide, it's roughly about 2 ounces of total application, both water and active ingredient that gets sprayed in that. So it is a very light, which is, why you don't see a brownout in any more than 7 to 10 days. I mean, you can go to True Value and any homeowner can just spray something that's going to kill anything within 24 hours wherever they want on their property without regulation. So It's a very, I mean, I understand the aversion to herbicide application. There's no better cost-effective way to maintain a right-of-way of this size without it.
They tried burning it, but then they burned down half the woods.
Right.
Is there a map that shows where the nearest water is?
Oh, yeah.
It's on this.
Yeah, it's an unconventional map as far as the filing goes. You know, there's water everywhere, but the yellow areas that you see here are the areas where we've identified either likely crossings, like you can see here.
Yeah.
So in a case like this where you see yellow on the side, it means they'll spray basically tie to tie, and then in this case on the right side of the track, allowing for still an application to where the rail is in order to keep that main area free. And
So why is this area here yellow? Why is it targeted?
because yellow actually means no spray. So it's yellow because in the field I was able to physically measure water within 10 feet of where the spray pattern would end. So that is designated as yellow, and it's permanently marked on. I don't have pictures of the markings, but what happens when we mark something either yellow or blue, you paint the entire tie web of the rail, and those markings are renewed yearly.
And who made the determination that this is yellow?
Me with a tape measure.
No, why is this a no spray area?
Because the water is within 10 feet of where it would be.
And who told you that?
My eyes.
Your eyes told you. So if it's a no spray area, why are you spraying?
We're not.
This is what he's saying. If it's
He's designating it a no spray area whenever it's too close to water.
Where it's shaded in yellow, Lisa, they're not gonna spray. Whether, in light blue is a limited spray area, the dark blue is limited spray area, and then the yellow is,
I mean, everything's limited except for the yellow is no spray.
Right.
As far as this map goes. There's no way around it. It all goes right through resource areas, water.
So do we have any idea what creatures are all in this no spray area?
None of it goes through priority habitat unless it's this portion here, but priority habitat and does review the filing every year for the ballasted application, and they do review it for any sort of brush activities. And HESPA's, for the most part, you know, allowed ballast applications to happen. I mean, in this area, I believe Scituate, Cohasset, and what's the town before Cohasset?
Hingham?
I don't think they're in Hingham, but Scituate and Cohasset have a right-of-way fence. It's about this high. It was part of the construction process. It goes along the edge of the ballast, actually probably closer to like out in this area. So you've got about, let's call it a 30-inch high, and what it does, or what its intent was to do when they built the line was to keep the turtles and any other animals from being able to enter the right-of-way. They do obviously have crossings at the, I've always called them turtle crossings. It's hollowed out sections between the tie that are supposed to be where turtles cross. I don't know if I've personally seen one in there, but there is back protection that they built in when they actually constructed the line back, what was it, 6 years ago now, 7?
yeah.
Anybody tell the turtles that's what they're supposed to cross?
No. I think that's why they've.
But there's a train that goes through there.
Right.
Yeah, this is like on the highway, how many deer get hit, you know? It's unfortunate, but it's...
I don't think deer are endangered.
You wanna,
I mean, before we started spraying everything, there was other ways of controlling weeds that
yeah,
weren't going to kill
creosote that killed more.
Anybody, any other questions or comments?
Thank you.
Sure.
Pat?
No, just, somebody should monitor the sprayers so they know the map, you know, they have the map with them when
We
they're out there.
actually, the environmental department at Keolis either staff someone or someone from our firm goes and rides with the truck.
Oh,
They
good.
also have a pilot vehicle up in front to help identify the zones.
Okay.
God, that must be boring.
So there's 3 sets of eyes on it.
Those guys must get a lot of spray.
Well,
One guy supervised them, yeah. Okay, so, you good?
Yeah, it's not a -3, I think it might be a -5. Whatever, it's a negative, but it's based on the area, not the work. So, we can figure it out. -2.
We'll just call it a negative.
-2 point.
Well, some of us might, some of us might.
Yeah, well.
Because your narrative says, asking for a -5.
We asked for a -5, sort of stating the exemption in the Wetlands Protection Act for the fact that it is rights-of-way management and it is being done under an approved DEP. So that's all we're asking for.
Is there a 5 on the list we can check off? Because if there is, we'll check a 5 off then.
Is it something you haven't done before?
Yeah, because we usually are -2, 3, or 4.
I've accepted just about anything. I mean, the only thing I usually balk at is any sort of restrictions to the actual work being done because of the state regulated.
Okay, so...
We'll check the right box.
So when you say that it's state regulated, that whatever they say, whatever toxic chemical you can spray, they have the final decision?
They have the final decision. Unfortunately, we're kind of down to glyphosate being our only thing right now. They've expanded the setbacks for imazapyr-based products, and because of that, it's really kind of screws up our mapping system, and it's a 25-foot setback, so no one wants to use imazapyr anymore. There are, as far as I know, 2 additional chemicals currently under review by DAR that have been submitted by applicators in the state because they're getting resistance to glyphosate in the field.
What are those 2 other chemicals?
I'm not positive. I haven't been made privy to that. I believe it was submitted by applicators, though, and if not, I know Keolis is trying to work with them on something different because they need to have, it's just like crop rotation, you need to have something else to throw off the resistance as far as, you know, the vegetation, the vines.
The resistance isn't from the commissions, the resistance is from the plants that are getting used to them.
Yeah, getting used to it. It's like antibiotics and viruses. Okay, I...
Got a motion?
Motion to close with a -2.
5.
5.
Or whatever.
2.5.
All in favor?
I'll see you 3 and raise you 2.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay.
Abstain?
Do you have a voice?
Under duress.
So,
I want to know what those other chemicals
Brett, but
are.
are you abstaining? Are you aye or are you nay?
I'm I'm going along with it until I find a
so
way.
Those are
I
three
take that as a yes.
That's a
Yeah,
yes.
okay. There we go.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
A long, dramatic way of saying
Drive
yes.
back to Portland tonight?
Unless I want to sleep in my car.
Sorry about
I
that.
love that town.
Don't worry
That's a
about me.
fun town.
I've got these scheduled until June.
Oh,
Some of them are a lot of really interesting, you know, it's like going to a Trump rally. I'm excited.
Be careful.
Okay, so what else we got?
have a good night.
Thank you.
See you, thanks. For the next meeting, we got to read up on glyphosate, because that's the one that's
Yeah,
on
the
next
big
time.
one, yep.
This is Lighthouse, and it would be better if we could get the questions for these people ahead of time and send them out to the applicants.
Yeah, just don't put the Holy Bible on the front of the,
Yeah, it'd be nice if there was some toxic-free, but to kill these things, you got to use something.
It's not the last word. No, I think it's a real concern, and I think that that's, when we brought this up the other night, it is a lot of information, and everybody's got a different piece
Right.
of what they hear. The piece that I happened to send out dealt more with forestry practice management, but it certainly talked about some of the problems that are in that. It's not just the chemical, but it's also the surfactants and all the other things that they add to this, which can add to issues.
Oh, yeah.
But then there's controversy of these applications in farming where people are eating
Right.
food, and then we have issues, environmental issues of other animals or amphibians or whatever that are impacted by it. So it is critical to take a look at it and make sure that, you know, we don't want to see these invasives continue, but at the same time, we don't want to disrupt something else. So I think it's all valid
And Jen was really helpful, and she'll help us in the future if we want.
I know she chimed right in, and we appreciate that, and I would like to see it. I mean, maybe there's places where it's better off to let the invasives remain than it is to treat it.
Or have a maximum
Well,
of
you're
1%
considering
or
that
something.
the company that did this also sprayed Agent Orange, and in the fallout effects of what that has done to children, the birth effects are just awful.
Well, there's tons of chemicals from lead. They spit lead in paint in every house. Yeah, I mean.
So, no, you're right. We'll try
These
to
people
sort.
did this? No, somebody else.
Well, a company.
Yeah, I get it.
She's
yeah.
putting everybody under the same.
Yeah, I see. Oh, all right, yeah, I get you. I get
A lot
you.
of the companies that made, I say glyphosate, which is, I'm saying it wrong.
Glyphosate.
Glyphosate.
Say,
Yeah, that.
Before, made Agent Orange, same companies.
Monsanto.
Right.
You know, it was one of those
The
companies. that
government
made
hired them to make Agent Orange, yeah.
And you know.
Get rid of
Lisa,
foliage.
when they were building that train, it was messing up all kinds of environmental issues. And I called DEP, and I called the Army Corps of Engineers, and they basically told me what this guy told us tonight. The state approved it, it's gonna get built, and you guys are gonna.
Well, it's no different than a superseding order, you know, on a bigger scale with the federal government behind them too, yeah.
So I'm not saying we shouldn't be concerned, and we don't want to express our concerns, and we can control the areas where we can control it. And then we have to weigh out these things like knotweed and a whole bunch of invasives. And is it worth applying a chemical to it that can do other?
Because applying this chemical in particular, as it becomes immune, now you have to spray something more toxic.
Same as, yeah.
But as Pat said, the unfortunate thing is, all the things that are great for the environment make plants grow. See, they all have side effects. You have to find the least
not unlike
detrimental.
Your antibiotics. I mean, yeah, we're just driving ourselves one more. I get it. Not arguing, just trying to find a solution. All right.
Okay, so we can wrap this up.
What about Teague Whitley? Do we need to continue? We're going to continue that to the next motion?
So tonight we continued all but one. We closed one tonight.
Does anybody have any paperwork on this Teague Whitley?
Yeah,
This
it's a
should
big
be
filing.
yeah, it was a real good notice.
Yeah, it was the,
Yeah.
Pat I'm sure Carol's got more copies.
Good. Well, let's find out what kind of chemical they want to...
you didn't see that? You weren't here? It was really impressive.
Emailed?
Glyphosate.
Emailed.
So, motion to continue this one to...
Continue T. Quigley to 7:45 on April 6th.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, what else do we need to cover real quickly?
We have one order and 4 certificates.
All right. Viviano at 196.
No issues.
Okay. We have a motion to accept that order?
Move to accept the order of conditions on Viviano 196 Central Ave.
Did you share this with
No,
Frank?
that's your issue.
Okay.
You need to share your issue.
I do have one question, because I went on the site of the property, and it is a question, because based on the way I've seen this written up, it was saying you want to have a deck 12 feet by 12 feet by 12 feet. But if you face the ocean side where all the riprap is, I don't see how you can do this deck without disrupting this whole riprap wall. And I don't see anything in there about disassembling it.
Cantilever or something.
Well, they're showing a line of piles 10 feet from the house, and then the seawall. She thinks the seawall's closer than that to the house,
Yeah, because, I mean, there's
and that the
riprap
drawing's
over here.
not accurate.
Yeah, and I just thought, I mean, obviously, we have done this so people can, realign riprap walls, but I don't see anything that reflects that. And they go to try to put in piles, and there's nothing in there for them to move this.
So can we add an order, add a line to that order that just says, no, the seawall won't be disturbed. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right with you?
Yeah, we'll add that condition.
Good, heads up, please.
Rip, rip.
Yep.
Okay, so you making the motion, Bill?
Yeah, we have the motion on the floor.
And you got the change, I second the motion.
With the changes?
With the change as noted.
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. Certificate of compliance, Pace, Humrock Beach.
Okay, 154 Humrock Beach.
Making this
You have
up.
that one too, Carol?
No idea.
Yeah.
This is an old one, there's two of them, and it goes back a long way.
They're beautiful.
Hey, let's skip these tonight.
Yeah.
Because the executive summary is nothing's happened.
Here's the pear cut.
I'm ready to go.
Just gonna let it float.
Yeah, I said skip these because the...
Bless you.
Thank you.
Next one.
What's the status of the wall that was built?
Do you have something written that you presented to
Tear it down.
the advisory board?
This is down near you.
No, I know that house well.
Oh, okay.
No.
This should be quick then.
Okay.
Okay, this was, most of the work was never done. They were gonna do decks and porches and all that kind of stuff. They never did it, and in the original order, they were supposed to plant on the ocean side of the seawall, probably as mitigation. None of the work get done, nothing out in front of that seawall is gonna make it. The water
Right.
comes right up to it. But they do have seagrass around the whole house, but I just wanted to run it by you because it does have wording in there 20 feet from the seawall out toward the ocean, but...
No, yeah, it's not
And they might have
gonna...
even have done it, and it's
No.
gone.
And in reality, it's for sale or it just sold.
Yeah,
It's probably gonna,
Well, that's why they have
chance it
to,
may get torn down.
Oh, yeah. So, all right, it's an old one, and they're closing,
Yeah,
and
they didn't do the work.
And there's two of them. There's two
Yeah, that lot's pretty natural, as you know,
Yeah,
the way it
it's
is.
in pretty good shape.
so do we vote on that?
It's rustic.
Move we,
Two of those?
Yeah, I got Phil. Wait, got Phil.
Right, but do we vote on two, because it's only...
Web,
Two different.
no, well, we haven't done pace yet, have we?
are we all set?
Oh, two.
I thought we just voted Pace. No?
Yeah, but we haven't voted it yet, have we?
No.
No.
Motion for,
Motion to accept the certificate of compliance for pace 154 Humrock.
second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Web at 111 Old Oak.
Save that for last, we'll do two more. We get a, postscript is pretty quick, no issues. That was the one that was just done a septic. Is that behind you?
Yeah, it's a street, yeah.
Move we accept Farrell, 12 Postscript Lane, certificate of compliance.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
You know, we added one, 19 Wood Island Road, and that's the one where you come down Wood Island off the Indian Trail, and it's a house mostly on ledge,
Yep.
and you know where that
We discussed that at the last
Yeah.
meeting, and you feel everything's the way it should be?
Well, what happened was, it's all lawn, but there's nothing in there saying it can't be lawn, except for out by the driveway, it's showing trees on the approved plan.
Uh-huh.
But everything else is according to the plan. And there's a wall there, there's a small wall, that I guess it's always been there, it was on the original plan, but I didn't notice it first time, but I think they're okay.
Move we accept the certificate of compliance 19 Wood Island Road.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And Carol, did Old Oak and Bucket need to close? Is that why they're in such a big hurry with us?
I don't know, I don't honestly know.
What are the issues, Pat?
Sorry, just a quick one on Wood Island Road. I know you already voted, but...
We looked at this last.
Yeah, here's where, see how he had shown all a tree line out there?
Yeah.
I think it's all lawn, maybe there's a few trees there, but other than that, I think it's okay. This wall was what the
Yep.
question was, okay. The Webb's Place, 149, Old Oak and Bucket, the one sent way back.
I got one on, yeah, lot one,
Yeah.
141. Okay.
Way back down the driveway, nice house. It predates me, but it looked like at one point it was supposed to be a gravel driveway, and now it's paved, but that might have changed along the way.
There was an engineer that came in from Outback Oh, what the heck was his name?
This is the one in the cranberry bog?
Yeah, way
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
And I remember they made a presentation because they changed the drainage.
Yes, to drain away from the driveway toward
Yeah.
the cranberry bog.
Yeah, Gabe Crocker was the engineer.
Yeah, that's what it was.
And I thought that they made a case for that. There was, I'm trying to remember what the issues were with the, because this, I mean, this thing got conditioned like
years and
But did they have anything from an engineer showing an as-built and it's built according to plan? And
Yeah, this is Greg Morse. This is like the third engineer in on this. Cal, did he send a letter saying that it was in compliance? Because it's not in the file.
should we just ask him about the driveway? Show us.
Yeah.
Bill Greg?
Yeah, show us if you're saying it's in compliance.
Exactly. Yeah.
We could ask Greg to show us.
well, he's gonna have to go through this folder, but I'm believing that at some point we
You think it was approved?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The asphalt, you mean?
Yeah, here's a gravel driveway here.
Right.
Whose plan is that? That's what builders. Gabe Crocker.
2014.
So 14 is showing a gravel driveway, and then this one now is paved. But
Oh, wait a minute. So, this thing, here's where it gets crazy. We permitted a paved driveway originally.
oh,
So gravel driveway in lieu of a paved driveway is what the High Line says here. And then I think we went back to the paved, the original driveway was conditioned, it was a crazy.
Didn't he want to move some, he wanted some trees, so in exchange for the trees, he gave up the paved driveway for a gravel driveway and then changed the slope so it didn't wash into the bog?
Was that this one or another one?
I don't know. I mean, I just remember going to one like that with a guy.
yeah, if we don't have a check and a letter, it can wait till next time.
Yeah.
I know we have
Go
a
ahead,
check.
check. There's pictures during, just to show
Right.
that the utilities were put in and that kind of
Right,
stuff.
Yeah, I'd say, ask Greg to sort it out. It's his client, he should know the history the best and be able to show us.
And wasn't there a neighbor on the corner when you first turned down the road and the cranberry bog was on the right? There was a neighbor on the
Yeah,
left.
and they were concerned about trees.
Yes,
And they
yeah.
wanted trees for a buffer,
Yes.
which they're showing,
Yeah, yeah,
the Watermans were in this.
yes, yeah.
So that is the same one.
So, goes from paved to gravel to paved?
I
Is
think
that-
so. And it had to do with doing this drainage thing that they're showing you.
Which, he was up on the hill with the machine when we went to do a site with him.
Yes, yeah.
So here's the relevant question, do we want to approve it now, or do we want to wait and get more paperwork?
And is this him again? This is Gabe, and this is paved. And this is, what's the date on this one?
2014, November.
November.
So it's what he's saying, in this one, it's an 11-foot wide paved driveway in lieu of a permitted 12-foot wide paved driveway. I believe it's a pit driveway in this thing.
These are both the same date.
One's a house plan.
Oh, then this is a
supplemental permit.
12/16, so it must be, that's 12/3.
The request itself.
Now, this one says supplemental permit versus a house
Yeah.
plan.
Is that in yet?
I think so, yeah, that was in there, but no letter.
And I think that had something to do with the effect that they would, with a paved driveway and the crushed stone edging and stuff, that it wouldn't silt up as much. I mean, we had,
So do you want to approve it? or do
yeah,
you-
I'm
Okay.
okay to,
As long as it's supposed to end up as a paved driveway.
Right, Frank seems confident in that, so.
yeah. And I remember the back and forth and the reasons why and why not. I think at one point,
It's good enough for me
I
if
think
Frank
the
remembers
builder,
it.
I think the builder was hoping to save the money on the asphalt at one point and was gonna go with the gravel. And then there was questions about how
Plowing it.
and all that sort of stuff. And if that would mess up the stone, and then ultimately it went to a paved driveway.
Move that we accept the certificate of compliance
I
for Web 11, Lot 149, Old Oaken Bucket Road.
Second.
Yep.
Second.
favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
What was wrong with that?
Well, let's, all right. Move that we,
Do we have anything else? It's after 10. Do we have anything else that we really need to discuss?
Anybody want to do minutes?
I move that we accept the minutes of January 27th, 2016 as written.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great. Motion to end the meeting, to adjourn.
Yeah, motion to go home. Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you, sir.